What's happening? Benton here, rolling out of the truck stop. I must say, part of me assumed this driving a truck, would not be a part of the broadcast. But I like money. Shout out to Up All Night crew. Shout out to Replay crew. You know who you are. Got a few more views than normal on that last video. Although I did notice the one prior, YouTube ganked about 40 views. It settled in at about 240 and then went back down to 205. Funny how that works. One moment, please. Rough roads. America is in a state of collapse, as we know, including the infrastructure, the roads. Where we're going? I know where we're going. I hope I know where we're going. Might be going back the way we came. I'm not able to read your chats. I'm under increased levels of scrutiny in the cab, meaning driver-facing camera. That's right. Not that I wasn't already being monitored. Not that you already aren't being monitored. So there's that. Well, first load successfully completed, by the way. Is this trailer leaning? Something's going on here. Oh, it's the road. Yes, the poorly built and maintained road. Greatest country in the world. Great, most advanced civilization in the history of the planet. Okay, if you say so. Color me unconvinced. And the big breaking news, I finally took a shower. Oh man, that's quite a feeling, I must say. Overall, I've done quite well with the long periods of not showering, but it's good to rinse the old skin off every now and again. Oh, it's Leslie. Nice to see you, Miss Leslie. Hope you're doing well. Long time no chat. First load went to the Phoenix area, the one I delivered yesterday, and apparently it's already hit 100 degrees in Phoenix. Felt fine to me yesterday. I guess that was the day before I got there. Well, I guess Leslie needs to be a moderator. She probably doesn't want to be. If I keep doing these, we might need folks that can keep the unruly miscreants in line. But what even is this? I'm sure I have some thoughts. I came up with a really good stream title in the shower and cannot remember it. It must not have been that brilliant. And apologies for the enunciation, but for whatever reason, my accent and my ridiculous colloquial speech just gets worse and worse and worse somehow. Whatever that's about. Oh, EBT in the house. Cannot see your chat, sir, but I have just enough eyesight to peep through the bifocals, the bottom part of the bifocals. Oh, yeah, I did manage to see that. Unruly miscreant. Yes, indeed. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Yeah, when I came back from Cali, I happened to notice that a small section of I-10 westbound was shut down, and apparently an oversized load crashed into the bridge with such force that it broke the bridge. Like you could physically see that the bridge was broken, you know, the overpass. And I never noticed before truck driving, but if you look at most of these overpasses, you know, when next time you're going down the interstate, especially not in the city, most of these, except the really high ones, have been hit. Most of them by something. So who knows how long it will take the state of New Mexico to fix it. So maybe never. Maybe the state will just say, hey, it's fine if traffic backs up every day because you know, all the interstate traffic has to take this off ramp and then go over the, you know, whatever they call that for the whatever the side road or the highway is. You know, that necessitates the overpass in the first place. Yeah, which is, it's fine. Fuck them. Right. If the popo need to get through, they can just do some off-roading or go through the median or whatever. But yeah, everybody else, fuck them. So that was a thing. Although I ran into that fairly early in the morning, so I was not delayed. But yeah, traffic just backed up for miles every single day, months on end, because some bozo, you know, I heard a story one time. EBT, if he's still around, he will appreciate this. One of these channels, I guess, like to get a lot of views, putting items through. Hell, it might have been Whistling Diesel. It was probably Whistling Diesel. You know, putting, you know, purchasing vehicles and throwing them into, you know, the chipper at the scrapyard, the gigantic, you know, huge, gigantic piece of equipment. And the guy that owned and operated the scrapyard said his dad went and bought the thing and just moved it on a Sunday with no permits. Just went and picked the fucker up. I mean, it was gigantic. The whole, you know, I could just imagine this thing going down the interstate. So, although this could have been country back roads, so probably somebody bought one of those on eBay or whatever and just smashed it into the overpass. Something along those lines. It is interesting how much liberty and freedom, and I don't even like that term in some ways, in some connotations without being specific, but and under the notion of, you know, a heaven or a hell realm. So it seems to me, and this is just now occurring to me, and I'm hearkening back to some of Mark Passio, and again, it's the message, not the person. So, right, not the personality of the person. This is before he went vegan and lost all that weight. But either way, so that what he says is that my paraphrase of what I've heard from Passio is that the people are enslaved, you know, proportionate to the morality or lack of morality of the, you know, populace collectively. So that when we see what I would purport to be very high levels of enslavement and control by the system on behalf of the system, you know, in service of the system. Oh, there's the truck. I do need a truck wash. But, damn it. I bet there's nobody in there either. Okay, back to the topic. Other topics just came to mind. So it seems to me like the heaven realm would be if virtually all of the masses, the individuals that comprise the mass, reached, you know, close enough to moral perfection. And of course, demonic religion, and all systems of man are corrupt, and by extension demonic, because now a corrupt system is susceptible to demonic influence. But then was the human created, right? Was humanity, Adam and Eve, were they created with corruption? Well, at least the potential for corruption. Again, if the biblical story of Adam and Eve, the garden, all of those things, the serpent, who knows, the tree. This is more of a thought experiment, as it were. And I can certainly say in my lifetime, and I've said famously, I had more freedom, also known as liberty. And as EBT has pointed out, many times when people refer to freedom, they actually mean something more akin to the dictionary definition of liberty. I added the dictionary definition part. I think you get my meaning. And see, this is the part of truck driving I won't say I love it, but I strongly like it. It's funny how people will say, I'm not, if you say I hate this or I hate that, people will have an aversion to that word, right? But then, I love lamb. Well, if hate is the opposite of love, and I'm not saying that it is, but, if that's a thing, well, what does hate mean? It's strong dislike, intense aversion. So I strongly like truck driving. If I just don't like to say the word love, isn't that an interesting experiment, thought experiment yet again? Oops, better watch the road. Sorry there, fella. You're a little too close to old Danny Herman there. See if he gives me the finger. Sorry, Bo. Best be minding my P's and Q's out here. Danny Herman, that's a big Bible thumping company, or it used to be. I don't know if it still is. But can a corporation thump a Bible? Well, the corporation's demonized. We know that. There is not a single corporation in the financial and business sense beyond a certain size and a certain amount of business that's not demonized. And even if it's not yet, it's going to be. And most of the institutions, the suppliers, the governments of all levels are fully demonized. How about you? So that's one of the hell aspects of the heaven or hell realm. So ultimately, whose fault is it? Well, I was born into seemingly a heaven or hell realm, currently manifesting as a hell realm. What even is this? So it's definitely not fair to just say, well, hell realm, hell realm, hell realm. And I'm seeing more of that talk on the YouTube comments, the normies in the YouTube comments. And as we know, the normie has been a baby truther for years now. And just some channel, some bozo channel, some content creator that sleeps in his car. But you can tell he's an intelligent, thoughtful guy, or I wouldn't be listening to it. And then he had a run-in with the cops, so he felt it necessary to, in order to tell this story about his run-in with the popo, he had to give us, his whole cosmology of what's going on, and saying that politics isn't real, but then went on to talk about politics as if they were real, and just, the whole Truther 101 spiel. I finally just had to turn it off. I was like, I can't listen to this. I wanted to hear the back and forth of the cop encounter, but who knows? Maybe people get that feeling when they come around here at times. I don't know. EBT, if you're still around, the truck goes 76, but the disembodied female voice that's built into whatever the road, the forward-facing and driver-facing camera, or whatever that is, the disembodied lady voice starts telling me to watch my speed starting at 75. So I get to go 75 or 76, just depending on how long I can tolerate being nagged until the nagging takes effect. And we're in a Freightliner. I'm now remembering all of the things that I don't like about the Freightliner, and why. One of the reasons I do prefer the Volvo overall, if you made me pick one, say this is the only brand, or at least for now, right? As long as all the brands stay more or less like they are now, it would be the Volvo. And it's because it has absolutely, without a doubt, the best creep mode. Creep mode being how the truck operates at slow speeds from a stop, whether in forward or in reverse. International overall, the worst, I would say. Although some of the models, some of the years are halfway decent, but this is an older, by older I mean just a few years old, Freightliner. The old creep mode leaves a lot to be desired. And it's obsessed with shifting into neutral to cruise or coast. Now all the models do that, but the Freightliner with the Detroit diesel driveline does it the most. Got to save on that fuel, right? Because wouldn't want Biden's poopy diaper to have any more valid reasons to switch everything over to electric. Not that that's even possible, by the way. Certainly not for a long haul. I drove. I fueled up yesterday. Drove a shift of not that many miles, so 450 miles. And then that was like 85 gallons of diesel to do that. Now I'm not particularly, I'm not worried about the fuel economy, but either way. And the normie as a baby truther / truther 101. It does show the heavy programming because the person I referred to, and I'm not sure exactly what his channel is called. He's certainly capable of independent thought and critical thinking, deductive reasoning, all of these things. But then the heavy programming also on display. But again, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. I'm sure I still have program. In fact, I know I do. So it's my job. Seems to me, as soon as I become aware that, wow, part of the heaven or hell realm manifesting as a hell realm is that, virtually all of the populace is under psychological control via mind control and all of this, to varying degrees. But most of the populace under very, very heavy programming. We won't even, that's the Orwell side. We won't even get into the Huxley side, the Brave New World side, via the Soma, the drugs. And I tripped out. I watch a lot of these. I listen to a lot of these interrogations, police interrogations. And a lot of the people, and it's usually a lady, but a lot of the ladies being interrogated, some percentage, maybe 20 to 25%, will mention being on anxiety medications or reference their anxiety. Now, if it's during the rapport building phase of the read technique, perhaps the male detective typically, although not always, actually I think a female would be less likely to try to buddy with the suspect based on similar, medicine. But I've heard more than one case where the suspected perp says something about I'm on anxiety medication, and then immediately the detective is like, "Oh yeah, I am too." It's completely fucking normal. Soma is normal. Soma, it's now normal to be on Soma. Well, I'm again it. I'm again it. Oh, by the way, Nightmare Dystopia, I paid the $21 to get the domain for another year. Maybe one of these days I'll put a website back on there. Apparently, it might actually be worth some money, the domain. So otherwise, I probably would have allowed it to lapse. Although, because some folks would associate it with yours truly, I might not want randos to be able to have control, put content on it. Shout out to Nine in the house. It's a slow burn around here. And to show you how old man I've become, we went half decaf, half caffeinated on the Love's coffee, which this particular iteration has less of a chemical taste than what I've had for the last couple of days. Limiting myself to 1 cup at this point. We will see how long that lasts. But man, I need to get back on my tongue twisters because my ability to speak properly and enunciate is, man, it's shocking. And is that some sort of coping mechanism? You know, when the default, you know, the tongue of my upbringing, although I don't think I even spoke this poorly. I think I mostly heard people talk this way. You know, but and I'm talking about, you know, Sling Blade, basically, just how people would talk to each other walking around town in Sling Blade. Although maybe even more of a comic version, because that kid who, you know, the one that played the kid had the worst accent. And, you know, he's not Southern as far as I know. Right? For a child actor to sound that way, maybe it's got to be a put on, right? We talk about persona, the masks we wear, you know, figuratively, all of this. You know, the I guess Asian culture's idea of like a face that the person shows to the world and a face that one shows to their family and all of this type of stuff. Whereas if we want to talk about heavily programmed, it seems to me like when I was, you know, being socialized, society seemed to be more encouraging of, you know, more outlandish, over the top behavior, or at least maybe that was just I picked up, you know, more of that programming than other people, or maybe just everybody got it and I'm just, you know, less embarrassed by acting a fool. And I would say, well, are you sure it's an act? I don't know. Well, in exchange for putting up with driver-facing cameras, we have, although this tractor is fairly aged by modern standards, we have a fast truck. We've got very little in the way of driver interventions. I hope he's still listening. I have not been interested enough, probably. Although maybe he's watching TikTok. Could do both, though, right? Could do both. I think I went a little too heavy on the decaf half of that coffee there. Perhaps. This does not have the lane departure warning. This truck, it doesn't have the you're following too close warnings. In fact, if not for the lady telling me to slow down, there would be no nagging, no nanny state here in the Greatest country in the history of the planet. Make truck driving great again, right? What is more American than truck driving, at least from the perspective of the populace, or at least the MAGA side, right? MAGA side. I think I might have termed a new phrase there. Somebody write that down. MAGA side, CIDE. And I coined the Kaczynskiism recently. Oh, there's E, I think. Yeah. I will say just for going down the road and cruising around town, if you leave the I don't know, man, it's funny, if you took the pluses from the three, major companies that make tractors, class 8 heavy duty conventional tractors, I like the Detroit and the DD12 transmission. I think that's what they call it, or DT12. Yeah, DT12 transmission. But then the Volvo, in my view, has the best shifting transmission overall. And like every Freightliner I've ever driven, this motherfucker will not go up a hill. Every Volvo I've ever driven goes right up a hill when heavily laden, right? But again, we pick our poison as truck drivers. And they gave me a choice. I could have had a Volvo. I could have had one from a few different Freightliners. In fact, the major reason, and then we get into indecision, right? Because I am decisive, meaning I can make myself make a decision, and not though. I will always second guess my decision making, but that's more from a optimization, right? Not so much an emotional thing. Optimizing on the back end, backwards rationalization, perhaps avoided, but. I would have taken the other Freightliner, except this was the only one that's not white. And I just said, well, if it's the only one that's a different color, that's kind of like the black sheep. It sounds like me, right? Perhaps a black sheep of black sheep. And brand new steer tires. And the other one had mismatched steer tires. And steer tires is a big fucking deal truck driving. Because, from commonly held jobs, this is the statistically most dangerous job, this and a convenience store clerk historically. And I bet a quarter of that probably comes from steer tire blowouts. I'm just guessing. Who knows? Although, who knows? Maybe I got lucky and I got the only truck that doesn't have all the nagging, the nanny state nagging you in the track, in the truck. But maybe all of them don't have it. Although, well, see, I keep wanting to mention something that I need to not mention for OPSEC purposes. I've been following the goings on with the SSA, the Social Security Administration. I found the #1 content creator, at least if he's to be believed, on YouTube for the size of his channel and his views. Who's a disability attorney? I don't know what these are called, but he all day, every day, he's working with people who either are who have disability claims. And of course, many of these are homeless people, the downtrodden and all of this. But he really knows the ins and outs of the system. I've been listening to him decode a lot of the, the news items. But I've mostly avoided the hysteria, of what's going on. In the news cycle, but then even that is echo chambered. I'm sure in MAGA land it's all sunshine and roses. But then, as we know, MAGA thinks if you don't work, you don't eat. Well, that hasn't been true in a long fucking time. Now that's a metaphor. If you want to talk metaphorically, yeah, that's absolutely true. Metaphorically, I guess at that point, it's what are we trying to use as the source of food metaphorically? If you're talking literal food, that hasn't been true. Probably, yeah. Well, by the way, according to the Bible, that's never been true. Depending on who is being addressed, depending on who one means when they say, if you don't work, you don't eat. Well, that seems to run counter to something in the Bible, and I'm not. I never agreed to follow the Bible, to the letter, and I probably never will or would. And I'm not foisting the Bible onto anybody. Make no mistake. But yeah, MAGA types certainly believe people should be punished for not dragging themselves, off what could potentially be their deathbed, and going to a corporation and toiling every day, right? In order to have the bare necessities, and in fact, in 2025, to realistically have to choose between, well, to really find out what are the necessities, because when a person has resources to where they have to choose between what they thought were necessities, it's like, well, actually, I can get along without some of these things. But then, how about the schism? How is the schism? So I might be willing to go along with that assertion. So okay, let me take that notion, right? Let me take the notion of everybody needs to do their part, no free rides. Well, that's certainly not the case. And in fact, in heaven or hell realm, presently manifesting as a hell realm, the individual humans who have the greatest access to resources contribute virtually nothing. And I'm not talking about the idea of a so-called job creator. And I believe that to be a red herring anyway. If for some insane reason I was going to enter into a debate, which certainly I wouldn't, I would not do that. I could come up with something on that point, but it's debatable. Apologies, we got distracted by the traffic. Old MSK here did not feel the need to get over for me. We had to temporarily occupy the hammer lane on a 3-lane. Now I'm practicing my ability to focus rather than be distracted. Although certainly I have enough focus that distraction isn't typically an indulgence. What I mean by distraction is to go off on a tangent of a tangent of a tangent. So when you look at the idea of, the so-called income inequality, the gap between the rich and the poor. See, really, when the media and when most people talk about the rich and the poor, well, there's a reason why there's also a reference to the so-called 1% or the 0.01% or whatever it is, or the so-called elites, right? So really, it's 3 classes. So what we're doing is it's classism, and we're leaving out the very upper strata. What I'm saying is that there's not 3 strata. It's rich and poor. And then among poor, if you want to, you can cut that into tranches based on perceptions of relative affluence, right? In my opinion. So ultimately, every human being, in my view, is either rich or poor. Now, we're only talking financially and access to resources in material resources. I'm not talking about in other ways, right? I'm very wealthy in certain ways. When I mention rich and poor, wealth, all of these things, I'm only referring to money, finances, business, and access to material goods. So I would strictly define rich as, well, actually, rich is defined, in my view, by first strictly defining poor, which is, here is the definition of a poor person. Every single human being or every single American, let's just only speak in the American sense. Every American who must work a job or work in their business, but has to, right? Not a person that chooses to work and doesn't have to. Not a person who chooses to run a business because they enjoy it. So that's the first part. Someone who has to do those things in order to maintain their present lifestyle indefinitely. So that the inverse or the opposite of that would then be rich would be people who don't have to work a job and don't have to work in their business in order to maintain their present lifestyle indefinitely. So if you don't meet the criteria, I hate to break it to you. I know many of you will feel some type of way. If you can't say yes or no to do you have to work a job, and without going into fantasy land of, well, I could do this and I could do that, and if this happens, no. If you just don't go to your job tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that, on and on and on and on, and if you don't work in your business that is your main source of income, today, tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, on and on and on, will your present lifestyle continue unabated, yes or no? And if you can't answer an unhesitatingly yes, although many of the folks that can wouldn't, by the way, many folks, it's somewhat shameful in 2025 to be seen as a person that meets my criteria of rich, which is probably why my chosen homeless attire, since I am generally afforded the blessing of being able to purchase my own brand new clothing of my choosing from Amazon, right? To the person who's not scrutinizing my garb too closely, I am in style in Los Angeles. I'm stylishly dressed, unless one has a keen eye for fashion. Because these people who aren't even rich, some of them are rich, but even the ones who are just in the upper reaches of poor, by the way, who still have to go do a thing, but have a high income, they don't want to be seen as someone who has a high income necessarily. At least not in certain ways, right? And it seemed to start with, again, in my opinion, with the billionaires, the Mark Cubans of the world showing up in flip-flops and cargo shorts. And this is an idea that I'm borrowing from Adam Carolla, by the way. It's not my original notion. See, I don't feel any type of way about being poor. And now part of that is I was born into relative affluence, but in the most impoverished historical region of the United States, not Appalachia, by the way. And in fact, in the 90s, when I was a daily reader of the newspaper, I read an article in my state newspaper that my home county of Jefferson, Arkansas was, based on whatever criteria, was the most economically depressed county in the nation back then. But yeah, my father earned a good living. I earned, in fact, if we factor in inflation, what he earned in 1985, what he was taxed on in 1985 would be close to $1 million today, right? Close to $1 million, which is, surprise, surprise, just about what a person who is able to build a home and pay cash for it, but who's been a scrimper and a saver and has been frugal, my dad could have built a house up to probably about $250,000 on 5 acres of property, but just out of culturally, we don't want to show off too much, right? Uh, so about $150,000 was the custom home that my father had built in the mid '80s, I guess, in Arkansas on 5 acres. And in fact, I'm pretty sure whether he did this intentionally or not, he certainly could have afforded to have the nicest home in the neighborhood, but there was at least two others that were, slightly larger, slightly nicer. And then I think at least one of those people probably just had a higher net worth, right? Whether, again, were those actual rich people, perhaps, or were they just, people that worked jobs or had very successful businesses? I don't know. I did not think this way back then. Now, my assertion has been, if we think about what America was like in 1985, and again, we're unable to separate the bad from the good. We have to take the bad with the good. So it seems to me, and this is why I do not romanticize the past, because sorry, my apologies, the country, the populace was coming out of a period known as the Great Inflation from 1965 to 1980, right? And in fact, interest rates peaked out around 18% in, I believe, about 1977. It's got to be a 65. All right, bitch. Quit your bitching. Is it a 55? Must be a 55. See how she's got me trained? She meaning the system. If the system's got to be a female, right? I guess or is it androgynous? Is the system androgynous? Yes, 55. But it seems to me like the MAGA types really laud and uphold and venerate, that way of life. And I lived it. I'm 49. I'm effectively 50. And I was born into a time warp in southeast Arkansas. So in some ways, I'm probably, a lot of my experiences might be closer to someone who's 60 to 65 that grew up in California or somewhere. Because I used to say we were 10 years, we always hear, we, meaning the local, Arkansas is 10 years behind California or New York, I guess. But realistically, it was closer to 20, I would say. Now, look at how much the advent of social media, the internet, the rise of the smartphone has narrowed that gap, I would imagine. Now, obviously, if individual, nuclear families or enclaves of nuclear families, I mean, look at the Amish, and again, they have their problems, but, nothing is preventing persons in heaven or hell realm, manifesting as a hell realm, from creating, their own little slice of heaven, arguably, and, gathering enough resources, access to resources to, live like it's 1985 as far as, build a nice custom home on 5 acres somewhere, right? But then it seems to me as time marches on, what the individual, necessarily subjects themselves to in order to garner and capture enough Federal Reserve notes to be able to do something like that, and to also raise children, uh, you know, in a way in which the children will then be able to grow up and fit into society, right? Because yeah, there's always the option of, and my dad used to talk about this. He didn't talk. He would only talk about it in, that he had considered at a certain point, buying some property and just moving us out into the middle of nowhere, like when me and my sisters were little kids, and I guess then commuting to his, um, business, presumably. Although looking back on it, I'm wondering if he didn't want to, maybe if he wasn't interested in that, because maybe he would want to eventually maneuver things to where he would, certain nights of the week he would be, you know, have an apartment in town or whatever, right? Under the guise of, well, this drive is so long, I can't really come back every day. Right? I don't know. It's interesting to think about. It never occurred to me until just now. Because for folks who may not know, my father is, women just flock to my father. Now maybe he's doing something, but as far as I can tell, he's his natural self, and ladies make a beeline. It's been that way, most my whole life. And I know he's a better man than me in that way. I would not be able to resist that. There's probably a reason why, most women have the good sense to, immediately realize that, well, there's something's off here, But then if a lady, likes to cut a my jib, but then if whatever's off about her, is similar to whatever's off about me, well, now maybe we'll find ourselves in a situation. Is that what their kids are calling it these days? A situationship? I do like the bigger gals, but I need the flat stomach. I got checked out by a bigger gal in the Walmart yesterday, in spite of my ridiculous appearance. It's just like, yeah, you look good, honey, but I can't get with that gut. Can we just lop off the gut? Everything else looks mighty fine, but I can't deal with that. The high school girlfriend and both wives, flat stomachs, all three of them. I can't do it. Well, actually, yeah, every lady I've ever would call my girlfriend and my wife, yeah, they've all had flat stomachs. And all of the ones that were candidates, or that made themselves candidates, because I weren't picky. I weren't picky. Meet my not that strict physical criteria, and although specific, and treat me like a king. Right? Famously, ex-wife number one got me, quotes, by after about a week of dating, or seeing each other, a week or two of seeing each other, not too long after the first bedroom encounter, gave me a bubble bath. Yeah, washed me, bathed me in the bathtub. So that's what I mean by, and I don't demand that. It's just a person who does that of their own accord. Now, maybe that was her. Maybe she knew that that would work on me. I have no idea. It did though, because I haven't changed. Well, I have changed, but as far as a person who's done well with the ladies, meaning just compared to a lot of my bozo friends who had little to no success dating and relationship. Well, I mean being able to get into a relationship with a somewhat attractive lady. That's all I'm talking about. Um, I was always successful by that measure. Um, kind of lost my train of thought there. Tucson, Arizona. And this is not about me bragging. This is who I am. Right? This is part of my experiences. It's what my life's been. And the point I wanted to make is that, and I still get these signals of interest from the ladies. And Drew, shout out to Drew World Order. He noted I was briefly on a panel, which I'm almost never on, but briefly with Drew World Order, and I believe TBE and Nisa. We're going inside baseball truth or verse for the uninitiated. My apologies. He noted I had referenced that I had used to be on a message board, and apparently he went and read some of my old message board posts when I was learned everything there was to learn about attraction from the male, basically what to do with female attraction towards me as a male, but in the context of dating and relationships, not in the context of let's just go get a piece, right? Because I never had to go get a piece. A piece came and got me, right? But again, part of that is I ain't that picky. Not that picky. Or I wasn't. And now, well, my high levels of male hormone that my body was producing probably necessitated that I not be that picky. Yeah, I never, rarely went out and said, let's go out and get a piece. It was a piece would come along and get me. Right? It's like, oh well, that yeah, I don't know. Is that lucky? I don't know. Based on my current beliefs, I wasn't supposed to be fornicating, right? And I'm not calling sexual intercourse or Congress, not calling it fornication or a sin. What I'm saying is based on what I think I believe it would be to miss the mark in my present iteration. But effectively, there was no stopping me. Effectively. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. I've lost track of my larger points, probably for the best. And I do need the audience on some level to be intelligent enough to sort of fill in the gaps. But then what I've noticed with, as being a person my entire life, uh, pre-internet as well as internet, and my internet started in 1994, but even before that, I've been taking in information almost obsessively my whole life. So, I've noticed many, many times that I would take in some information, whether something somebody said or something that I read that someone else wrote, and it doesn't really click in until later. So ultimately, I don't know that there is a requirement for the audience to be able to follow along, with everything I'm saying 100% in real time. Anyway, actually, we're not going to get over. Never mind. Yeah, there we go. Now we're going to get over. Definitely not nearly as rusty on the driving as I assumed I would be. Even the backing has been uh, it's been fine. Yeah, driving forward, no worries. Man, my teeth are hurting, and I think it's because it seems like if I have some sugar, so I had my egg drinks, and then I brushed my teeth right away. It seems like that's a mistake, that I need to wait some time and then brush. Come on. Oh, back to the, okay, my apologies. I remember what I need to finish up on. So I still see, so I trained myself during that period of time, sorry, the Drew World Order, the message boards. So back in, I don't know, 2010, 2011, even before that, when I took in all of the material that I could find on the internet about dating and relationships, the so-called pickup artists and all of this. And that was even pre-MGTOW. Um, and that's also when I trained myself to be very observant. I trained myself to read and decode body language. I taught myself how to intentionally use my body language to send specific messages, all of this stuff. So I still see the nonverbal signs of interest from ladies. But, society's reached a point where, and think about think about these blessings, that if we include ex-wife number 0, which would be my high school girlfriend, we were together about 3.5 years. Never officially lived together, but pseudo lived, meaning we spent every night together effectively for extended periods of time. Shacking up, they call it, where I'm from. No, did the speed limit go back up? I guess the disembodied bitch will tell us here shortly. I think maybe it did. I've got such in the habit of being able to look at my navigation. Right. Hold on. Shit. I got to get some phone mounts. Rob Cleveland, good to see you, sir. I was thinking about you recently. It's funny, YouTube knows what it's doing. I start talking about ladies and dating and all of this, and here he comes. YouTube knows when to send out a notification. I'm pretty sure it does, but anyway, or when to put the video in a feed with the live deal. I'm not able to see the comments right now, sir. Please forgive me. Always nice to see Mr. Cleveland, but so these 3 ladies that were foolish enough to have LTRs, long-term relationships with yours truly, none of them were on psych meds. None of them lived with a dog, and none of them were on social media. Even ex-wife number 2, who Facebook became a thing while we were together. Now, I already knew about Facebook when I met her because I know about all this stuff from having been on the internet for so long. I knew about Facebook. In fact, attempted to make a Facebook account and was told that I must have a .edu email address. So I said, well, fuck you. Fuck me. Well, fuck you. Because I don't think I was that long out of college by then. My first email address was a .edu. Education. So if for some reason, and it's not totally up to me, but those are my 3 deal breakers. Now, I might have other deal breakers, but I'm not, if for some insane reason, and we're fantasizing, but if there was going to be another relationship, no psych meds, no anti-anxieties, no antidepressants, and no dogs that you live with, that live with you in the house, right? If you got a house and a yard and a dog lives in the yard, fine. No dog that lives in your house, inside your house or your apartment, and no social media. Now, even if I found a lady, and I'm not looking, but if there was a lady that met two of those criteria, who the hell's not on social media? You kind of have to be. Even if I was willing to just say, okay, I'm just not going to have a smartphone, you have to have a smartphone to be a truck driver, period, end of story. At this point, social media seems to be effectively built into normal society, meaning wages, right? Folks who work a job, which is most of us, myself included. Well, Danny Herman's passing me. We must be back up to 70. I don't think we're in any hurry on this one. Thanks for forgiving me for almost sideswiping you there, Mr. Herman. Much appreciated. And then, I understand that just because a woman is sidling up next to me at the grocery store doesn't mean that she necessarily wants to, become involved with me as a human. It's perhaps she just wants to, bask in the glow of the male attention, right? And then go about her day, which again used to be a part of society. That used to just be normal, right? Flirting, just completely no strings attached. Nobody's looking for anything, but in this moment, there's going to be some flirting, right? And in fact, the lady at the fuel desk at the Love's night before last to flirt with me, right? And I probably just unknowingly sent out a couple of signals that indicated that I'm capable of such things. I just stood there with my big old goofy grin, and I'm not tall, but I'm tall enough that I tower over some of these ladies. I stood to my full height, and with the goofy look on my face, goofy fucking facial expression, went along with it. While she stood close enough, to probably, feel the grounding masculine energy, right? And I'm not saying I understand women. I understand them well enough to know that's a thing. I understand them well enough to know that, she gets way more out of, if I'm in a relationship with her and we go to bed together every night and we sleep in the same bed and there's cuddling or just the, being in close proximity, she gets way more out of that than I do energetically. Although maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's equal. I don't know. But we do seemingly the males are, but see, I think it's probably not true because it seems like the ladies are coping in ways that a lot of channels are in the manosphere are making fun of, which is, women crying, women, talking into their phones, making TikTok videos in their cars or their apartments or whatever. And a lot of it is around, they don't have a man, but then they don't need a man, right? And again, they don't. It's even worse. They want a man. That's worse than needing one. If you ask me, that's even worse. We all do tend to get what we need, it seems like. If she needed a man, I bet there'd be one there to some extent. And again, speaking specifically in the context of dating and relationships, but now there's an app for that. So you need a man. Oh, you don't need a man, but you need a man. Well, there's an app, and somebody can come unclog that toilet. Could be a lady though. Could be a they them. Most likely going to be a male. Most likely. And this reminds me, by the way, of something, and realizing what exactly is it that women are attracted to in men, and what is it that what do males like to accuse each other of, and also males in the manosphere accuse modern women of being masculine. And then a lot of modern males get accused of being feminine, or the idea of, well, that's feminine. No, it's not. There's nothing I can do in an action that's feminine. My actions can lack masculinity. That's two completely different things, right? So what it is that women are attracted to in men is specifically masculinity, period, end of story. Yeah. And surprise, surprise, society has socially engineered and programmed the younger generations to where it's wrong to behave in overtly masculine ways. But there's exceptions for MAGA, especially if MAGA is growing up in Arkansas, or the whole deep South, right? Which again, behind the curve, just culturally behind, they are going to catch up, right? And whether they like it or not, they do catch up if the Johnny and Susie go off to university around the age of 18. I was 17. I think I turned 18 right about the time classes started, but I moved into the dorm, I was 17. So when I was learning all of these concepts about attraction and all of this, and learning how to work with the body language, decode the body language, a lot of it is, if the male wants to intentionally perform, again, all the world's a stage. If I want to choose to perform in ways that are virtually guaranteed to cause a lady that is already inclined to be attracted to me, and that's where we get into preferences and different flavors, right? Then all I need to do is teach myself to master my physicality around coming across more masculine, a lot of which is anything associated with dominance, which is then associated with power, which is then associated with access to resources, right? Now, I tend to not behave in these ways, and part of that is, these days, part of that, unless it's warranted, because in human interaction, really it's a false signal if you think about it. If I just teach myself how to have certain body language, teach myself to slow down my movements, deepen my vocal tone, slow my speech down, and all of these things. Because realistically, it's probably not appropriate to send inaccurate signals to the people around me. And furthermore, if I, such as when I interface with, the people at this trucking company in the context of an orientation and all of this, well, I'm not on the meds. I'm not on the anti-anxieties. I'm not on the psych meds. So a lot of the populace is using soma as a crutch to be able to confidently stride into the workplace and into these various arenas, right? Well, I'm able to confidently do those things if I take full control of my physicality and all of this. I would rather operate on autopilot as a super high functioning retarded person and still be in my own intellectual reverie and perceptual universe within myself, right? Because we all have these layers, and I'm very in touch with mine. So in order for me to confidently stride and convey 100% confidence, I would need to fully inhabit that moment and be there fully. It's really not worth I'm above that. I hate to say it, I'm too motherfucking good for that. Take it as you will, right? And they're based on the amount of money they're paying me. You know, if I'm renting out my time, uh, I'm allowing the system to exploit me, and I'm choosing this particular vehicle of exploitation, being, you know, working as a long haul truck driver, and I've chosen this particular poison of this particular trucking company. Hang on, we got a slow mover. I wish there was a signal for, hey, I'm a big rig. I see you back there, four wheeler. Would you please go ahead and pass me because I need to do a thing, but I don't need to do it yet. Now, some people are smart enough to figure out, oh, he made his blinker come on and off 3 times, but then he turned it back off. Maybe he's going to need to get over. He just doesn't need to get over yet. Of course, that depends on the people actually paying attention. But I digress. I will not get into describing the traffic. Right. So, and as I'm, you know, a high level practitioner of meditation, so as I'm having these experiences at the orientation, I'm watching myself. I'm also watching how the other person is reacting to how I'm performing, right? Which ultimately, in my view, is their motherfucking problem. It's realistically not my motherfucking problem how they react to how I'm performing. As long as I'm performing acceptably, and I almost always am, because I check myself before I wreck myself. Or it's just a non-starter, right? They could have took one look at me and said, hey, we appreciate you applying for this job, but we have a certain level of hygiene, and I can take one look at you and see that you will never meet that level of hygiene, at least not of your own volition, right? Because if they just said, hey, man, like, we need you to take a shower once a week no matter what, okay, sure, no problem. But anything short of that, I'm going to shower when I fucking feel like it. Sure. I think we went about 3 months on this last one. No bullshit. So now I know everybody immediately goes, ooh, gross, makes a face, and thinks, well, you must stink. No, I don't. I don't smell that. Now, do I got the funk? If I took all my clothes off and another person took all their clothes off when there was going to be an encounter, would I have the funk? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. But with clean clothes on, you can't fucking tell. I can't tell till I pull my shirt out, stick my nose down my shirt, and then half the time I can't smell nothing. But yeah, MAGA says, ooh, gross. Well, MAGA, I hate to break it to you, MAGA's too unbalanced towards the wanting everything sanitized and clean. And, you know, all of this. Whereas the lefties are too unbalanced towards being able, not necessarily hygiene, but being able to put up with things that would trigger the ooh, gross in the MAGA types, the right-wing types. But then now we're creating a repression. Now we're repressing if people are just like, let's say people are more right-wing and they, like the parents of the child, are both like scrub-a-dub-dub multiple times a day, at least once a day. You know, we got to keep ourselves spick and span. Cleanliness is next to godliness. That doesn't mean that they're going to have a child who doesn't give a fuck, right? My tolerance for disgusting phenomenon or phenomena has been quite low all my life. I'm just not as bothered by it. Probably, again, back to the retarded portion of the super high functioning retard. Right? All right, we got to risk a phone in hand here briefly. Bear with me. Check the old battery level. Uh-oh. Hey, I think we see Mr. Steven down there. Good to see you, sir. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why I don't shower regularly and why I almost talked myself out of this shower at the truck stop. I don't want the chemicals in the city water going directly into my body. I don't know what the fuck's in that water. I'm not kidding. Shout out to Big Drink Tea, who, you know, has the resources where he set his life up to where he doesn't put the city water. He never puts the city water on its skin, right? You know, I'm not trying to get the hose again here, right? I don't know. Maybe I want the hose. The hose is connected to a water tank that has actual H2O, you know, distilled water. Maybe I do want the hose again. Fuck. Is that some kind of hidden message, right? In the silence of the lambs. But I know it cannot be good for one's health to put the motherfucking chemicals in the city water to immerse, right, or to douse oneself, one's largest bodily organ, the skin, right, to allow those chemicals to directly penetrate the body. And yeah, I have chronic illnesses. I will put my overall health. This is going to see. This is a paradox. This is paradoxical because I don't eat the fast food. I don't eat the junk food. Do whatever you want. It's part of the reason I can go 3 months without a shower and not stink is what I'm eating and what I'm putting in my body. So if I was eating McDonald's every day, I would probably have to take a shower every day or every other day. Probably wouldn't have a choice. So yeah, you know, if it's once every 2 weeks, once a month, yeah, I will subject myself, you know, to the whatever. Lord only knows what chemicals are in the city water there. Who could even say? Prozac, we know that, right? There's Prozac in there. On record. Well, if that is Sanity Machine, Mr. Steven, I'll call him King Steven. Just as long as I get to choose when to call him King Steven. That's ultimately, I don't want to feel like I'm forced to, right? King Steven down there. I'm driving a big rig here with the trailer's got Ontario plates. How about that? Canadian plated trailer. But yeah, back to truck driving. I've already earned about, let's see, that first load would have paid, I think I figured, I don't remember what I figured actually, 500 and something dollars. But then we get into taxes, right? We get into taxes. So who knows how that's going to work its way out. What I do know is, you know, buy now, pay later is a thing here in the heaven or hell realm, presently manifesting as a hell realm. Um, I do need to pay a little bit of attention. I might accidentally get to going 85 downhill if I don't mind my P's and Q's. It's amazing. And then I can see up ahead there's a big rig with his on to get over for safety. The exact moment, whether this was the time to do that or not, he hit his blinker and started to pull out, which I find fascinating. almost like we are communicating with each other telepathically. Just gonna let him pass me now. He's probably light loaded. But yeah, back to the taxes. There is a way to get paid all of the money and then deal with the tax man later. So buy now, pay later. And then what will the form of payment? What will be the form of payment necessary? Right. Might take it out of your ass, partner. And I say, well, have you had a look at me lately? I ain't got no backside. Something happened to me for the first time in truck driving yesterday. My ass, my bony ass was hurt so bad. I was like, damn, I know it's not this seat. They got real comfortable seats in these rigs. Real comfortable. Although this seat, for whatever reason, the air seat, you can't pump up the part directly underneath my butt. Probably just needs to actually, counterintuitively, probably needs to be a little firmer. Slow boy in the house. And I know how to live cheap enough. I'm fine with the getting paid half of what I should be getting paid because I got fuel right before I started this broadcast, and then I pulled my rig up so that somebody could come behind me and get fuel, but I wasn't ready to leave yet. So now if that driver is ready to leave before I am, they're going to have to back out or just wait. So I'm considerate, right? And for my own purposes, that I'm considerate, but for my own purposes, right? It's all about me on some level. And when I attempted to let the fellow behind me know that, hey, I'm going to leave, but it's going to be about 5 more minutes, it was a me speaking no English. Now, the one thing about the me speaking no English, a lot of those folks do speak English. They just don't want to talk to me or, white boy trucker, right? And who could blame them? I wouldn't want to talk to white boy trucker. I don't want to talk to white boy trucker. Unfortunately, I sound like a lot of white boy truckers, unless one can listen to what I'm saying. If one is able to put together the message, you realize, oh, he sounds like those folks, but he ain't them. Whatever they are, he ain't that. Well, no, came from that, transcended that, better than that. White bread culture. But still not, right? Not too good for it, meaning I'm more than happy to immerse myself in it for my own purposes. But I will have critiques, as we all know. And then it's the be no English, but I'm pretty sure he at least understands English. And that's fair enough if he just doesn't want to talk to me. And so if he understands English, he knows I'm telling him, hey, I'm leaving in 5 minutes. So if you happen to be in a hurry, driver. But that's part of the reason I earn half of what I would otherwise earn is that, Mexico, Canada, and America is effectively one truck driving market, whether folks are in certain senses, right? And then there's other foreign labor. And for whatever reason, the way I'm choosing to prostrate myself before the system and allow the system to exploit me in this specific way of long haul truck driving, right? Because I'm consenting to it by doing it, by performing these tasks. I just realized I washed everything but my face because I washed my face the other day. And I have awesome skin. And I say that because other people at times comment on my skin. But when I was a young lad, when I was a teenage lad, a lass that we had a mutual attraction. And in fact, we were also very close friends. At a certain point, I asked her, because she had very clear skin, and I had acne. She was like, I was like, what is up? So I think I was probably trying to clear seal and all this. I was like, what's up with your face? And she said, the key is to never, ever, ever put any product on the face, including soap. I was like, damn. And I practiced that, you know, although, you know, every once in a while, unless, and, you know, I'm a boy, so what would be implied would be, you know, unless you just need to get the dirt off your face. It served me well. So my labor is in a market where I'm competing. My labor, at least, is competing with, you know, labor from other countries who, you know, culturally a lot. And again, this is masculinity. When I talked about earlier, a lack of masculinity, and we talk about the feminization, and I know I started to make some points, and then I moved past them, but maybe I'll get back to them about masculinity and also how the younger generations, the males are, you know, almost like playing that old board game Emergency. You know, so the young male has the tweezer and the plastic bone, and he's trying to put it into the, you know, that's him, his experience in society, trying to do what society expects. But then the is anytime he does something that comes across as masculine, stereotypically masculine, right? Whereas I had the opposite, where I was the was when I accidentally touched the tweezer to the metal to metal contact when I did something that did not meet a certain threshold of masculinity. Then I got negative, you know, feedback, right? Culturally, you know, I caught the tail end of culture and society where I was raised demanded that the males pass into manhood, full stop, or just be cast aside, right? Now, some of them, yeah, were some of them pussies? Sure, of course. Famously, I have the example of I went to school rather, with a kid whose name, meaning his nickname, was Pussy all throughout school because presumably he failed to stand up to whoever called him that. So that was just his name. So if somebody said, you know, who are you talking about? They said, oh, that was Pussy that did that. Everybody knew what that meant. And you could just say it in front of anybody and not get in trouble. We could, as children, we could refer to one of our classmates by the nickname Pussy and never get in trouble at public school. Think about that, and not have a teacher or an administrator say, "Hey, you can't. What are you doing?" Probably called him that in class. My junior high did not have air conditioning. So this is what I mean by, yeah, I'm 49, but in some ways I'm closer to 70. In some ways, based on the experiences that I've had. Are they going to war in the chat? Kyle, I should have, I don't know why I took your wrench away. I'm not exactly sure, although I'm sure I had a reason. Uh, Sometimes when the numbers start dwindling, it could be my performance, but it could be sometimes when people start going at it in the chat too hard, that's a turn off. So I don't know what's going on down there. Oh, well. I hope you don't take offense to that, sir. Good to see you. Not able to read the comments right now. I am driving a big rig. I'm not sure if this is the first time you popped in while I was operating a commercial motor vehicle. And I know I understand that I'm all over the place, scattershot. That's probably why there's only 11 people in here right now. Ultimately, it's probably because I can't stay on a topic. Although it all sort of ties in together now, doesn't it? Boy, sure would wish he could finish a thought. It's like, yeah, I probably could if I had some help. If I had a patient enough co-host who could who was able to mostly listen, but occasionally say, "Hey, hold your horses, partner." Uh, you started to say something interesting, and you moved on too quick, buddy. Now, the lack of sleep plays a part. Uh, I'm adjusting to truck driving. It's realistically, it's an average of about 4.5 hours a night for me. I would say it's probably about the average when I'm truck driving. But thanks for listening, by the way. I do appreciate it. And I do believe when they talk about, all of this, when you hear the idea of, what's being done in society is being done by design, and if part of that is to get the young ladies and the young males to not, uh, have liaisons with one another, and to not marry up at an early age, and start popping out kids, and live more of a so-called traditional lifestyle, right? Well, if the number, and this is what I was talking about earlier, if the main attractor for the ladies towards the males is the performing of masculinity, right? And now we've had at least two generations where the males, in order to just go into corporate society via public education and then so-called higher education, universities, all of those systems corporatize the individuals that go through those systems and mechanisms. And part of that corporatization process is to strip the male, or to prevent or preclude the male from developing a strong connection to the male's masculinity, right? And for all his faults, and I am going to go third person, and all his faults, Benton here, uh, all still on a daily basis performs in a highly masculine fashion on the stage, in an every, all the world's a stage way. It's just, I'm no longer concerned with being seen as less than hyper masculine. I don't give a fuck. It's not my fucking problem. I've proven to myself that when it's time to step up, I'm always that. I'm always the stepper upper when necessary. I don't need, whatever that is does not need to be constantly reinforced. That trench was dug in me very deeply from a very young age. When it's time to man up or sack up, I'm never lacking if Mr. Cleveland's still around. When it's time to man up or sack up, I'm never found lacking, ever. Right. Which is a big part of being a man. I think I started to talk earlier about what else was associated with it. So, by the way, so if feminine women, you can't have feminine women and simultaneously have females that respond positively at a level of attraction to males who lack masculinity. See, this is a subversion of, if we're willing to entertain a notion of God's creation. And I understand even that's triggering language to some folks. I get it. Yeah. Like, what am I even referring to? But so whatever creation is, whatever that may be, it seems to me like, so the opposite, if evil is the opposite of everything good, then it seems to me like in the most high creation sense, and if my assertion is that the child is spiritually perfect and innocent, and I do believe that to be the case, almost certainly, there has to be room for doubt. So the opposite, so if evil is the opposite of that, or the inverse, or the corruption, or furthermore, 100% corruption of that innocence, performatively in this hell realm, heaven or hell realm, the number one symbol, and I don't know if EBT is still listening, but if EBT is listening, if Drew World Order listens at some point, to their credit, right, much to their credit, it seems to me the number one symbol of everything potentially good and wholesome is, God damn it, bitch, is man and woman coming together, and the output being greater than the parts, than the total of the parts, right? Exponentially greater, and then producing offspring. And if those offspring, at least temporarily, are spiritually perfect and innocent, and shout out to Dick Gregory, rest in peace, rest in power, brother. He says, when we look at, the pimps and the pimps and the hoes and all sorts of depravity and wickedness and immorality, and he's usually talking to black folks when he's saying all of this. But he says, when you look at the child, as the child grows into that, he says, they didn't come into this world that way. They learned that from us, and I include myself in that, right? So at least what comes out of the woman, right, the material, the human, right, the human being, if my assertion is true that being is spiritually perfect and innocent, at least for a brief time, and as we see for some, unfortunately, it's for the briefest of times. And this is, shout out to King Stephen, this is so much evidence for his notions around hell realm. And I can only agree with him when he shows, on occasion, shows a, Timmy from South Park in a, the stereotype of the, what we were allowed to call retards in my day, and it not really being an insult. That was just an apt description of what we're talking about here, a cripple, And then but I understand that he takes it to what loving God would do this? And I'm like, yeah, exactly. So that can't be the answer. It can't just be, hey, Benton was born. They sent him to the Kingdom Hall. Here's your Bible. Here's your Bible instruction, and God loves you. Have a nice day. Well, that can't be it. Because here's a picture of a cripple. God loves that. I always heard God don't like ugly. Like one of the, can both these things be true simultaneously? Like what's going on here? Now I would still assert that the spirit that inhabited that child that was born tarded still came out of its mama spiritually perfect and innocent. That would be my assertion. I can't prove it. Right. But I further can't dismiss King Stephen's notion of, which I do think is one of it does represent a major critique of Christianity and other religions, but probably specifically Christianity, because, yeah, if God is what Christianity says God is, meaning the creator, the creative force, the most high, the highest level energy, are you telling me this is the fruit of the highest level energy? King Stephen's calling bullshit. And I'm like, yeah, well, that makes complete logical sense to me. Yeah, absolutely. I'm never going to argue with that. Because you can't argue. That cannot be argued against. Right? It can't happen. Cannot happen. So now what? Well, Benton, here's a Benton original aphorism. Correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. So now that I've identified a bit of incorrect philosophy, what loving God, right? Like, all right, well, we got to remove that one from the philosophy. So now what? Well, now my philosophy that not to be espoused and externally uttered unto others, my philosophy, meaning how I think and act, must an equation has to be solved mathematically that solves for that variable. Has to. And that is the application of true intelligence in this heaven or hell realm manifesting as a hell realm. And I am that. I embody that. Will I personify that? Will I epitomize that? Maybe, perhaps. You know, perhaps the chronic illnesses and the aversion to eating the poisonous food, you know, is because I can, you know, live long enough to master all of this. You know, my body is certainly continuing to purify itself. And I had this recent attack of gout, which is now much lessened. I'm basically just stopped eating. We're not that I recommend this. We're effectively on an egg yolk fast. Not that I want to be on one, but I need some level of nutrition. I mean, goodness gracious, what even is this? So the cure, how, you know, and that's where fasting is a thing, is, you know, the cure for a lot of what ails people physically is stop eating, which cuts out all harmful foods. Does it also cut out all good food? Sure it does. But then the average American's balance between healthy foods and bad foods is not looking too good. Now, for some of the populace, yeah, it's good. That's also the part of the populace that's more inclined to fast. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Funny how that works. So if I'm going to continue on in my knowing and my connection to something that I might refer to as Christ or Jesus, you know, whatever that is, whatever is being described, and we're back to this truck won't climb a hill. 34 miles an hour, folks. And a foreigner could very well just crash into the rear of this rig at 80 miles an hour, or a non-foreigner, or a native at 80 miles an hour because they're drunk and watching YouTube on their phone. And don't see me. So if I'm going to continue on and practice philosophy in my life within myself that is as close to perfect or correct as possible, I have to resolve King Stephen's assertion about what God, you know, what is this? That are you telling me that this is the fruit, by the way, that comes out of the most super intelligent creative force of so-called love that could ever be imagined or experienced, right? And I expect that if I live long enough, I will resolve that within myself. And perhaps I will resolve it well enough to even speak on it. I don't know. Can't call that. Perhaps. But what I'm not going to do is get my panties in a wad and get butt hurt and go to Stephen's channel and argue with him from the comments and then go on his panel and try to defend an institution like Christianity or modern living or a government, right? Because I already grasp that all systems of man are corrupt and therefore demonic, and further, humankind is incapable, at least at present, and probably forever, of creating and operating systems that are free from corruption. And where there's corruption, Evil will enter in, period. Unless, right? There is a caveat. Unless. Unless what, motherfucker? Well, maybe we'll get to that. I don't know. Oh, he ain't no. He's just bullshit. Emma? He who knows tells it not. He who tells knows it not. At least half of that's true. That's probably a representation of the idea that all truths are merely half truths. The idea of he who tells knows it not. He who knows tells it not. Some of it probably can't be told. Some of it can only be experienced. The some of these knowings, right? Because a lot of this can only be grasped with a measure of attainment. And this is where I will give kudos to someone like King Stephen, and even, dare I say, Paul Enslaved to some extent. Although he certainly, well, I won't even get into that. But it's not possible, in my view, to reach some of these conclusions that Stephen has reached and continues to reach without some measure of spiritual attainment. So, yeah, we can critique his personality and his tone of voice and his facial expressions till we're blue in the face. That's fine. Who cares? We can do that with me as well. But I would like to think, and in fact, I know that I am demonstrating some level of spiritual attainment, and that comes generally through spiritual practice. Now, I believe we are born with some measure of that, and I've got my own opinions, but does not King Stephen he shows it, right? That he has that level of progress. But then look at someone like Jack Talcott, live without fear, right? What does live without fear mean? That means live in delusion. The phrase live without fear is coding for inhabit delusion in your own life to the greatest extent possible, because the reality is, in order to epitomize and embody delusion on a Jack Talcott level, that can only be done by living without fear, right? And I'm not saying that Jack Talcott is living without fear, but how does the being get to these levels of delusion, right? It's to be able to not experience all of those warning signs that, hey, buddy, you're not on one is probably not on the right track. So if my kidneys, let's bring it back to the body, fear is associated with the kidneys. So, and that's also a double-edged sword. So with my chronic illnesses, there was times when I could tell that my brain was generating certain thoughts because I was in a fear state because my kidneys weren't doing good. But then some of the times I wake up in the morning and there's some measure of fear and anxiety, and it's actually warranted when I look at the content of the thoughts, right? Because then it's up to me to critique, and I'm looking at how my kidneys are performing. I'm like, well, my kidneys are doing great overall, in spite of the gout attacks. Surprise, surprise, the gout's going away. Well, all I had to do was stop eating the fucking whatever was causing the gout attacks. And now my kidneys are having the opportunity to get the uric acid out of my body. Right? So if I wake up this morning, so the gout attack seemed to me, it started. Now, listen to this. This is fascinating to me. I had the gout attack the morning before I was to go give the urine sample to go back into employment, right? And then by nature, I'm probably set up to repress or to not be in touch with some of these certain, fears and anxieties around going back into truck driving, right? And then, being a person who's able to just go, and boldly, do things, right? In spite of how I feel about it. But then the body, also, I had given the body what it would need, meaning I had been giving the body high levels of sugar up until that point. And probably what it was is, without the stress, fear, and anxiety, And by walking 10 miles a day, the kidneys were able to deal with that level of sugar. Well, as soon as we cut the walking to closer to 4 miles a day, and then that cut down to effectively zero, and then now the sugar is still in the body, and then even if I immediately discontinue eating the sugar, and then we add whatever hormonally happens in the body, vis-a-vis, cortisol and all of these things because of the fears and anxieties. I had a very intense server nightmare. Does anybody knows what the server nightmares are? It's when a waiter or waitress waits tables in their sleep, right? As a way to deal with the stress. So I didn't believe, it didn't seem to me like I was experiencing stress and fear and anxiety around a return to truck driving, but I had the truck driving version of the server nightmares that night. And then intense pain in my big toe, also known as a gout attack, happened. That's how I woke up that morning, right? Surprise, surprise. So part of these fears and anxieties is, is it the chicken or the egg? Well, it's hard to tell sometimes. Right? And then sadly, the general public, in some level of kidney failure, probably, just where I'm from anyway, in America, where I'm from, probably your average person is at a stage 2 kidney failure, more or less, a near constant fear state, right? So then, as I've discontinued the sugar, which I was not getting through junk food, I was getting the sugar through fruit and also from chocolate, right? Which, by the way, chocolate is a health food, but it's also a highly processed food, like it or not, at least the way I was doing it. So it can't be, it's certainly not free of impurities. Certainly not. So every morning I woke up with all these racing thoughts, fears, and anxieties. And some of it was just laughable, right? When I looked on it after I calmed down later. But in the moment, it feels very real. And my assertion is most people have never reached this. And that's peace, by the way. What I'm describing is peace. Most people have not gotten to being able to access peace often enough to realize, oh, wow, a lot of these emotions I'm experiencing, and then the thoughts that are connecting with the emotions, and the emotions are rooted in the body, for better or for worse, physiologically. Some of what causes folks fear and anxiety is simply not rooted in reality. It's not logical. It's irrational, right? Irrational fear. And here's how I know that my mother is now fully given over to psych meds, is because she no longer speaks and acts based on irrational fear as we pass exit 322. Holla. Because in her interactions with me, she's now able to behave differently than in the past because she's not having to act out of fear and anxiety, right? Much of which is irrational fear and anxiety. Because some of the fear and anxiety is absolutely warranted. Some of it. Some of it. Rough road. So what I've realized is just since I stopped eating, right? And a part of that was that the diet I had been choosing, you know. I could certainly, but I'm still eating eggs. So what I should say is I've stopped eating. I've, for the most part, stopped taking in sugar. There is some amount of sugar uh, via these ginger tea packets in my egg drinks, but it's enough that my kidneys are able to handle them. Well, now in each successive morning, less and less racing thoughts, fear, and anxiety. And this morning, I started to go into it, and I was immediately able to apply my spiritual techniques and my various practices and techniques, and just nip it in the bud. So the moment I started to go into that, I just was like, no, stop it. Well, that only works if the kidneys are able to keep pace, right? It only works if the physiology is capable of keeping pace. So the fact is, a lot of folks who might want to undergo these spiritual practices are simply beyond a very basic level, are not going to be able to advance spiritually based solely on physiology. And I would say, probably, and this gets into the notion of what loving God, right? What God would do such a thing, what creator would do such a thing. Well, see, I asked for this because I am practicing some level of asceticism via these chronic illnesses, right? And ask and ye shall receive. Probably I asked for this, and I know I asked for it. It's just we don't know. Be careful what you wish for. I did not understand or comprehend the mechanism whereby it would come to me, right? So if I'm able, what has happened though is I've leveled up probably faster than I would have otherwise through my spiritual practices, and I've used these chronic illnesses as a way to get there, right? Because in order to cope with these chronic illnesses and not subject myself to medical coding and billing, also known as the medical care system, I've done it with herbs, specific foods, avoiding of foods, and then fasting. In fact, I fasted, although I ate every day. I took in so few calories for such a long period of time that I fasted for like, I don't know, probably a year and a half. That's not an exaggeration. That's how much healing it took my body to even be able to take in enough calories to be able to not lose weight and then eventually to be able to gain weight. I was in a state that medicine would refer to as semi-starvation for probably a year and a half, which is also a form of fasting, which is also, believe it or not, it is capable of taking food every single day and still fast. It's possible. I know because I did it. Now, what I do know is that, if I'm going to continue to resolve these illnesses to the highest level possible, there is going to be some extended fasting. It could be when they talk about Jesus fasting for 40 days and all of this. Well, what I know is that, like Drew World Order was looking at it, possibly doing a 40-day water fast. And I said, man, based on what I know, that's not a good idea, because a lot of people end up with, like gallbladder problems, and it can cause a lot of problems. But if the being is already purified physically, to a level where that's already been dealt with and contended with, maybe that would be a possibility. I don't know. I know that what I would look like, so I would intentionally fat myself up to some extent. I would probably put on as much body fat as possible, but I would only put it on in a healthy way, meaning I would probably get up to like 150 pounds. But if I'm 135, which I may not even be, but if I'm 135 and I went up to 150, probably 3 to 5 pounds of that would be lean mass, and then the rest would be fat, body fat. Because I do have a background in weightlifting and putting on large amounts of lean mass over time without drugs, but with hormones, because I do have the medically proven high level of testosterone. Thank you, Creator. So for a person to go from the standard American diet of, even if it's only fast food once a week, or twice a week, and then, energy drinks and all of these things, to go from that to 40-day water fast, that's probably a bridge too far. It's doable, certainly. People have done it. But yeah, if I was to do that starting at 150 pounds, what I would look like at the end of that 40 days, I mean, good Lord, it would be ghastly. I mean, what would I weigh? Well, see, again, when I talk about a year and a half of fasting and semi-starvation, I got down to 112 pounds and might have gotten down lower. That was the lowest weight I saw, was 112. And hell, it might have dropped below one. I don't know, it might have been 108. I have no fucking idea. It was scary as fuck. I know that. And my thing was like, I'm like, what happens if one day I'm 99 fucking pounds, 5'10", right? Like, I'm not a big guy, but I have a mixed frame, meaning like I have narrow shoulders, but and tiny wrists, but I got big ankles, big feet, relatively big hips. And I have the size, my hands are literally the size of an NFL quarterback, right? So size 12 feet, I'm 5'10" and a half in bare feet, right? So it's like I'm a combination of, so I would say medium frame, like a large frame in some ways, small frame in other ways. So to be 112 pounds, it's just, that's concentration camp levels, almost. And I had a time when, I actually have love handles right now at 135 pounds, which I might have lost some weight, but I can still pinch almost 2 inches in the love handle. And what got me there, a lot of that was dark chocolate, but not 85% dark chocolate, like more like probably 55%. Or more correctly, 75% solids, 70% solids, but then by the time you get the sugar and the milk fat in there, you're down to about probably 50 to 55%, actual dark chocolate in the concoction. And again, so it's a highly processed food, whether I like it or not. Whether I like it or not, it's a highly processed food. And then with the help of, when I first got on the egg yolks, and I ate hundreds of dollars worth of papaya, right? And this is my idea of a creator or the Most High, is that, surprise, surprise, even though I was in Podunk, Arkansas, in Fort Smith, Arkansas, I happened to have enough money, and I found a local grocery store that just happened to have a seemingly unlimited supply of pretty nice quality papaya, that I was able to eat all this papaya. And I got up to probably about $1.40, $1.45 actually. But I had my stomach was distended and bloated, and I was dealing with high levels of bloating, which was probably the papaya assisting my body in healing my intestines. Because papaya is high in silica. So that was probably my body taking the opportunity to, deal with whatever inflammatory material was lining my intestines. Think about that. My health was so poor that most likely And we know how big the intestines are, how much surface area is that. If much of that was, and there's a mucus, is, so the, what is the walls of the intestines, and again, this is not health advice, do your own research. To my understanding, the walls, the walls of the intestines is various things, but it's like a mucus. And so that physical material is, in many people, can be, and it's certainly in me, and this is where we got to the I was unable to poop stage. Well, that was the point at which my intestines were so inflamed and were so had such toxic materials, right? And the body will heal given the right conditions. So part of those conditions for me was first being in this state of semi-starvation, fasting for such an extended period of time, and then having access and having a near lust. And I was eating pounds of papaya. Like, there was days I probably had 3 large papaya. I'm not kidding. Because the thing about papaya is, if it's not ripe when we buy it, it takes several days to ripen. But once it's ripe, get on the stick, because it's gonna spoil fast, right? And I'm not gonna just spend my money on papaya and throw it away. And my sister, the one I complain about the most, she mentioned to me how much she loved papaya. Now, what's papaya associated with? Well, it's associated with yoni, or the yin, or the vagina. Right? Yoni would be another word for vagina. Right? But either way, and I think I'd mentioned papaya to Drew at a certain point. He said that he just never had a taste for papaya, right? Which, well, his body did not need whatever was in the papaya. Mine needed it so much so that it was fucking delicious. Now, some people, so in one state of being, I could smell papaya and say, well, that doesn't smell too good to me. In another state, it was just, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. And I don't want to get too graphic, but, if we could think of papaya as a representation of yoni, and I'll, without going much deeper into the terminology, right, that's that can be quite delicious from a certain perspective, right? So as far as I'll go with that, try to keep above a certain level. We don't want our minds in the gutter necessarily. Exhibit some level of consciousness, conscious awareness. Am I disconnected? Am I here? I hope I am. And I see somebody's asking if you listen to something specific. And if that's directed at me, what I will say is most of the material, that anything I'm speaking on that's a distillation of my own knowledge and knowing from spiritual practices, almost all of that material I've physically read with my own 2 eyes. And since I've been tested in the 99th percentile, my ability in the past to read material and retain most of it is very high. It's probably not the case anymore, although it still is, I have to say. But hold on, let me check the battery level. It's bad for the phone to just completely run the battery out. All right, we're doing okay, but another hour or so, and we'll probably have to charge the battery. Most of the material that I listen to is strictly been for entertainment. So, truck driving, I have 100 audiobooks, for example, on my Audible, and some of that, like when I talk about Enron or whatever, some of that I learned, but I actually also read a lot of stuff about Enron first. So when I talk about the financial system and the bailouts and all of that, most of that knowledge came from reading with my own two eyes, and then some of it was supplemented. So I might listen to what you're talking about if I'm able. If you meant me anyway. And don't we all want healing? Right? Don't we all want healing? All right, what's going on? Coming up on a bathroom break. That probably would have been a good place to stop, which indicates to me that's probably the last good place to stop. So, welcome to truck driving. Although this is one of the few times I will risk at this time of the morning, I will just go ahead and pull over on the shoulder, and take a leak real quick, just because the traffic's low enough, and it's so much easier to see, much more visible. Flashing lights, the four-way flash is much more visible at nighttime. Let's see, Lordsburg, 74. Yeah, see, that was it. My body knew. My body was like, "Hey, man, take this exit." But I was I allowed myself to become distracted. That's a bit of a bummer. Now I could have immediately started slowing down and hit the wider area just past the on ramp. So, oh well. Bear with me. Telepathy tapes. Okay. And am I still here? Because sometimes if I don't know if the comments are moving or not, because sometimes the StreamYard comments will crash, and sometimes it's just something happened on the YouTube side. But yeah, I'm still here. I see the chat. All right, we're back. Apologies for that. Probably that was a good thing because I noticed we were offline right about the time there was a perfect place to actually pull over. So bear with me while we do what we need to do to keep the driver able to drive the truck and the broadcaster able to conduct the broadcast or run my yap, either way, as it were. And, see what kind of shape the old kidneys are in right about now. It is helpful to be able to see what it looks like. And I've learned how to really tell what's going on with the old kidneys as a result. Apologies if you can hear this. I'm not even going to bother to mute. Now, I do know, hopefully this is not TMI, too much TMI, but with all that chocolate, there were a lot of health benefits. It's the sharpest eyesight I've had. The eggs help with the eyesight, but something in that chocolate, man. Maybe the milk fat too. I can tell my eyesight's not quite as good, and it's bad anyway. But so one thing to know, and again, this is not medical advice. Do your own research, but the more brown, based on but it's got to be judged based on the level of hydration. Because once a person reaches a certain level of dehydration, it's just brown is just going to be brown. But if a person knows they're not dehydrated, the more browner looking the urine is, or the tone, the tint, that's hepatic, meaning the liver and such. So thankfully we're yellow right now. Apologies for the TMI. I'm not sure I agree with the half as caffeinated coffee. My opinion is the theobromine has similar effects to caffeine, and while chocolate has some caffeine, my opinion after not taking in caffeine except in chocolate, meaning not drinking coffee, my experience has been that most of the stimulant effect of chocolate is the theobromine or bromine, however we say that. Which is good stuff, by the way. Big fan. Haven't had any in about a week now. Looking forward to being able to go back to that. One moment, we're getting back up to speed enough to merge into the travel lane. Takes a minute. 34 miles an hour. Just a moment. All right, where was I? And I can definitely tell part of the gout attack was the acid alkaline balance of my body had gotten off somehow. But it seems to be balancing out. And part of inhabiting a physical body is, I mean, it really is a machine that we are operating individually. You know, for better or for worse, mostly for worse, I ate a horrible, horrible, horrible junk food diet as a young person into my 20s, probably almost all the way through the entirety of my 20s. It actually got up to a size 40 pants at a certain point. And in fact, when I finally chose to lose weight, part of it was, well, when I first started to actually watch what I was eating, is because the 40s were getting tight, and I just said, I'm just not buying 42s. This is crazy. I was unwilling. I said, no, I'm not doing that. Looks like Humpty Dumpty, man. I had no muscle back there, at least not in my upper body. And apologies for the aborted rant. I was talking about low-cal psychology. But, no need to dwell on that. But if I piqued Kyle's interest and aborted the mission, please forgive me. So I already know by choosing to go back into truck driving, I'm choosing to operate my physical body in a way that there will be symptoms and issues and challenges based on, you know, now there's things I will experience physically that I have not experienced for many months. They're in love with the trailer. Got a four-wheeler falling in love with the bumper of the trailer back there. Imagine falling in love with the ass end of a big rig on an open road. I can't imagine. And that's the blinders, if you think about it. If the open highway represents the road ahead and it's a metaphor for moving through life, the fact is, more folks than you might ever imagine would choose the blinders, meaning to choose to blind themselves to the road ahead by following behind a vehicle that's 13 and a half feet tall and getting close enough to it that they cannot see the road ahead, that they would preferentially ride behind that, which is on some way would be a putting on of the blinders metaphorically, would prefer that to boldly, cutting their path through the world, right? Which is, isn't that a very American notion based on our programming, especially when I talk about this, the way in which I was socialized is these, old school, supposedly, Reagan ideas, and, even before that, of, you know, cutting one's path through life, all of this. It's a bunch of nonsense. When I watch how people behave, they are not that. Most of them. Some are, sure. Most of them prefer the delusions of a Jack Talcott, even if only for entertainment's sake, right? Because they could be watching Sanity Machine, and some of them are. Some of them are going back and forth. But some of them are going to be drawn like moths to a flame to a Jack Talcott, right? And that to me is the people who are more inclined towards a putting on of the blinders. Although some folks are so black pilled, right? So called. I'm not a huge fan of the black pilled talk, but some folks are so black pilled that, you know, it's probably comfortable to just watch the clown show, you know, living by, not living through Talcott, but let's just like, let's watch this bozo, right? I guess. I don't know. Well, I'm sure I had more points to make, and we're not ending the stream, but maybe a few moments of reverie before I come up with something else. And it is interesting, you know, a lot of this truther talk and, you know, the panel verse, a lot of talk around the, you know, driver's licenses, registration, you know, commerce. Uh, and I've pushed back a little bit based on notions around de facto, but, you know, in my view, the reality is everything in America is a business. And it seems to me like, uh, you know, a person can say, oh, well, you know, I'm not driving, I'm traveling, and, you know, I'm not operating in commerce. But I think if people look at the majority of their car trips are by extension operating in commerce. I truly believe that. I mean, if I get in my car, my so-called private automobile, and I drive to McDonald's and I drive back to my house with a combo meal, how is that not engaging in commerce? You tell me. And it seems to me, for whatever reason, we talk about we the people in all of this, for whatever reason, the people collectively have agreed to the idea of the regulation of commerce. And it seems to me like by extension, the system is able to say, well, we're regulating this commerce. We've been somehow, you know, the system could say, well, the people have, whether through consent or assent, right? Whether either one, you know, or maybe both in combination, in concert, have this is a thing, right? That the people are permitting. And a big part of me choosing to go back to this job is to earn money to renew my uh, car tags, my registration, update my registration with the state, right? And then also to renew my driver's license, my commercial driver's license. And then what if the only license one could acquire was a commercial driver's license? What if legally your driver's license actually is a commercial driver's license? And we see that legally speaking, it's absolutely possible to convey one's person and property on the highways and byways of America without things like a driver's license and without registration. But however, one will absolutely encounter the highway bandits known as law enforcement. Whereas, and this is not manifestation, right? But knock on wood, I haven't encountered them, although I encountered them quite a bit in my last stint of truck driving. Actually, the one before last. Never, did not get pulled over on my last job. Don't believe I had any inspections on my last job. Might have had one. I don't think I did. Got inspected a bunch of times on the job before last, which is a version of getting pulled over. I had to talk to the DOT man or woman. Am I here? Now we're down to 11 again. I don't know. Does that mean I'm here? I know it was about 17 when the signal dropped and we were gone for a minute or two, maybe longer. Be safe. Safety first. Well, what would be safe, little four-wheeler, would be to just go ahead and pass these two big rigs. The least safe would be to hang out in the general vicinity of these two big rigs for any longer than absolutely normal. All right, I think we're still here. And I'll tell you this, these food cravings, beyond what the body needs, to help resolve specific issues, right? So when I was talking about the papaya cravings, this is not what I mean. But the craving for the fast food, the craving for whatever the junk food is, the chips and the salty snacks and all of this. There's nothing wrong with them in and of themselves, perhaps in moderation. I would argue that the way that they're consumed is absolutely detrimental. The way that they are most often consumed is absolutely detrimental. See, I don't crave any of it. I have no food cravings. I'm not even hungry most of the time. Now, I did get to craving the chocolate, but then, much like the papaya I was asserting, helped resolve some specific issues around my intestines, and probably helped to some, but that was more small intestine. It seems to me like the chocolate, the high amounts of chocolate over time, or at least regular amounts over time on a daily basis, was very helpful with the large intestine. And surprise, surprise, I'm not craving it at this time. Although I certainly love the taste of it. I mean, who doesn't love chocolate, right? I'm getting bounced around by the American infrastructure here. Why am I getting bright lighted? Might not have been me. Who knows? And I'm not any better or different than the rest of you. If most of you, and I'm sure it probably is, experience these type of cravings based on unhealthy food or junk food or adulterated food, right? I can relate because most of my early life, into my 20s, I was a slave to cravings. My lunch every day for years, if not, probably decade, more than a decade, probably, at least a decade, probably 15 years. every single day was some version of a chicken strip sandwich, or chicken sandwich rather, but like a fried chicken sandwich, like Wendy's chicken sandwich, uh, a fry and a drink, right? The soda pop. And then for a time, uh, I got into the Sonic chicken strip dinner. It's fucking delicious. Of course it is. How could it not be? You know, it's a competition. You know, Sonic's got to get me over. You know, how does Sonic get me over there instead of Wendy's? Well, I ended up temporarily. I moved in with my parents, uh, away from ex-wife number one. Although I don't believe we were married yet, and I lived with them long enough to study for my MCSE, Microsoft Certified Systems Engineer. And I found I could only study for about 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. And then it became ineffective beyond that. And I guess I was, well, that's another story, what I was doing. I'll get into that maybe some other time, or maybe now. But there was no Wendy's in town. So I had to have my fried chicken every day. So I got into my private car, right, every day about lunchtime, and left my parents' home and drove to Sonic and drove back home and ate the chicken strip dinner. How is that car trip not me engaging in commerce? What, the fact that I didn't work at the Sonic, the fact that I didn't, you know, wasn't involved in their, I am involved in their business. I drove there specifically to involve myself in their business. How's that not commerce? So you can say till you're blue in the face, oh, well, the street signs, you know, speed limit sign, that's only for commerce. Yeah, I understand that. And I only drove to the Sonic to engage in commerce. So what are we talking about here? It's all a business. There's nothing in this country that's not a business. Nothing. Outside of individuals' energy spheres, I suppose. You know, it's all a business. Some of that's good and some of that's bad. I like money, I'll tell you that. When I start getting paychecks, I say, woo-wee! Because I don't know how much I want to tell to Alphabet, Google, YouTube's Hell Pit, but you know, I might temporarily, legally, by the way, if I do this, it will be fully fucking legal. I might temporarily uh, uh, buy now, pay later with my taxes. Right. Now, the trick to that is the being must have the money on hand when Caesar comes for what's Caesar's, right? When the state of and the feds show up and say, hey, buddy, where's that money you owe us? You know, I'm a big boy. I understand there's no making of excuses. There's no, well, you know, this happened and then that none of that matters. All that matters is, do you have our money? Oh, you don't? Okay, well, we're going to handle this another way. Right. All I'm saying is it's a possibility that I might choose to temporarily utilize all of my money, but then on the back end to make sure that when it's legally required that I have the money on hand to make good, right? And probably in some ways it's the old, version of, people would have a checking account, but they would know that there was some buffer version of they could spend beyond their means for a short period of time as long as the money hit the bank before the checks clear. It's like a longer version of that, probably in some way. So that may be a thing. We'll see. See, I want to plug my main phone in to charge, but what happens is I'm in battery saving mode, which forces the cell connection to LTE 4G, so it will not connect to 5G bands. And so I found that to be a more reliable, stable connection while I'm going tower to tower down the interstate here. So if I plug the phone in, it will switch to 5G when possible. And then what I found is when it goes from LTE to 5G and back and forth, there's more of a propensity to get kicked off, just completely get kicked off of StreamYard. Now, some phones will have an option to force 4G, but I don't believe mine does. And that's yet another reason for choosing to this particular form of exploitation that leads to me having enough, Federal Reserve notes to get a new phone, right? I like phones too. I do like so I could make my current phone my backup phone, I guess. The Google Pixel 6a. But I got a version with millimeter wave, my bad, which means I can get the Verizon 5G ultra wideband millimeter wave. And it's only in certain areas, almost all in big cities. In LA, I got 1.3 gigabits download. And for a nerd like me, that was tasty with like a really low latency. So I'm planning on buying another year of that level of cell service. Although I might have to do month to month. I might have to do 1 month before I can afford. I need to at least be able to pay for a month of car insurance. And I'd prefer to try to do all of that without e-begging. Yeah, I could e-beg enough to go month to month on all of that without but it's just miserable for everybody. It's bad for me. It's bad for y'all. It's bad for everybody. Shout out to the generous donators that got me over the hump, sleeping in my car in LA. Well, that's another thing, man. The car has gotten to be. The car has got to be detailed. It's unacceptable at this point, barely acceptable. And who knows if this goes on long enough, and who knows if it will, but might buy yet another Nissan Versa. Who knows? Although this would be the first automatic, but not the CVT. I think I'm done with the manuals. I prefer a manual for driving, but practically speaking, it's just too inconvenient at this point for the servicing. Hey, what's up, Denise? It worked before 5G. That's right. Well, that's what I was saying. I have my when I have my phone in power saver mode, battery saver mode, it stays in 4G the whole time, so it never network switches. Because that is a separate network, all right? It's two different networks, or maybe more, but it's at least two networks for that carrier, Verizon, on that one tower. So it's, but as a person who got his MCSE back in the late 90s, I took a test. I learned enough about networks to be able to take these tests. I had to pay $100 per test. There were 6 tests, and I did not have a lot of money, even though we like to romanticize the past. And life was not affordable in 1999. It was less unaffordable than 2025, I would say. All right. Now, in 1999, with a working spouse or significant other, or with a roommate, was it possible to just work 40 hours in some low-level monkey job punching a clock and have a place to live and drive a car and put gas in the car and have car insurance and have a cell phone, perhaps? Yeah, it was. Is that possible today? No, not really. I mean, are there people doing it? Yeah, I'm sure there's people doing it. Uh, it's certainly more difficult today than in 1999, but it wasn't like I was just the monopoly man. I wasn't Scrooge McDuck just because I had a 40-hour-a-week job and it was 1999 or 1995. And who wants to think of, and this is something I got on at the start of the broadcast, was who wants to think about themselves as po folks? Nobody. Nobody wants to think that they are a poor person. So that's where we get to this idea of a middle class. And I'm here to tell you that's not a thing. Or if people say those are rich folks, it's like, no, they're not. Those are the people that are actually middle class. What we think of as middle class is the upper echelons of po folks. And then the actual rich people, that's the so-called elites. That's the ones who, a lot of them have never worked a day in their lives. That's the ones who work is beneath them. And that's why I say these MAGA notions around, a day's work for a day's pay. If you don't work, you don't eat. We need everybody to go out here and toil and burden. Well, no, you don't, because MAGA has no problem with Donald Trump perhaps never working a day in his life, other than for a PSYOP LARP, working the drive-through at McDonald's or whatever, for a photo op. Donald Trump's never one day in his life lived a life where he wondered about, well, how am I going to feed myself? How am I going to clothe myself? Where am I going to lay my head, next month if I don't, make sure and build up my business to a certain level and continue to operate my business every day and work in my own business. See, there's many different forms of being a businessman, right? And one of them is the business where the person or persons that control the entity or entities don't do anything daily that would represent a job or toiling within their own business. So, like a business has a general manager to some extent, right? Or managers. So in lower level businesses, the owner will function as the general manager. Well, that's a job. That's a person who is a business owner who's engaged in a Fight Club level, the things we own up, end up owning us. And until that business owner succeeds in business to a high enough level where he can replace his own labor or hers by hiring a general manager, at some level that business owner has purchased his own job, right? Or rented his own job versus just someone who punches a clock. So going by the strict definition, Benton's, definition of Benton's conjecture, right? That effectively the masses are poor folks, and poor being defined as, those people who must, and we're accepting people on fixed incomes, but it's not enough money to live a desirable lifestyle, right? Because I've known many people who got by without regular employment and also lived indoors, but it was not a lifestyle that very many people would desire to live that way. Living in the most affordable area possible, right? The most affordable housing in an already affordable area type of stuff. What's up, Mr. McGee? Yeah, but again, the system, what benefits the system is to convince po folks that they are affluent to some degree, that they're not actually impoverished to varying degrees, so that they are then a participant in consumer society. And as we know, psychologically, uh, marketing and advertising works based on the individual bases a lot of their own self-image and self-worth and how they view themselves based on branding and the consumption of products and services. So-called ghetto rich, ghetto fabulous, right? And the town that I lived on the outskirts of until I was 16, 17 years old, it's almost one big ghetto. So I'm not speaking on things that I have not. Yeah, I did not grow up physically in the ghetto, more like ghetto adjacent. But unfortunately, I'm not able to read the comments. I can peep down there on occasion and see who is commenting. That's about it. And I saw something in the news cycle having to do with finances and this SSA deal, the Social Security, and this what's going on with all of this stuff. And it was something. And this is none of this is a critique of Trump, right? This is just because Democrats, I'm sure, would do this and have done this. This is not a left versus right or red versus blue. I saw something happen to where, it was Trump's meme coin or whatever, this crypto thing, whatever this thing is. And I saw in an article where, because, the tech bros, apparently some of the more supposedly conservative leaning in Silicon Valley, were kind of all aboard the Trump train during it seemed like, at least, that was one of the narratives during the campaign, and then in the early, when Trump first became president for the second time. And then this article I read was, the idea that, Zuckerbergs of the world are sort of falling out of love with Trump or whatever. And, that ilk based on, a lot of what's basically the idea of getting government under control to some extent, but with more of a scalpel approach than just, setting the thing on fire. And make no mistake, SSA is on fire. For better or for worse, again, the Social Security Administration has been set ablaze. It's inflamed right now. Now, if your elderly family members or you yourself are getting Social Security retirement, and you and your loved ones were born in America, I'd say in the short term, it's effectively impossible that those benefits will not continue. Based on what I'm seeing, based on listening to this lawyer who knows a lot about it, and I've been listening to his live streams, the replays of his live stream. But they meaning the administration, Doge, is that even real? Is this even real, man? This interim, guy running the administration. A lot of benefits have already gone by the wayside. And that's what they mean that's the idea of cutting up the fraud, right? Now, some of that is they will get them back when they can jump through the hoops. Now, when the system is ablaze, right? When the administration is in a blaze, who knows how long that could take? And then does the person have the money to hire somebody like this disability lawyer, right? Well, if they're on disability, probably not. But maybe. But the ones who are barely feeding themselves and housing themselves on their monthly check, and it goes away, and they're able to get it back, but they don't have the ability to maneuver through the system, especially if they have intellectual disabilities, or, so some of those folks absolutely are already suffering more than they were already suffering. Period. So on the one hand, if somebody like King Stephen would say, what loving God would create a realm in which people are born, with certain afflictions and disabilities. Well, the other hand would be, you've got other folks, the more MAGA types, who would, demur or sort of, attempt to rebuff my and others' valid critiques and criticisms of the system. So I would say, what type of system in America, so what country would do this to the least among us, the least capable? And this is where I will sound like a bleeding heart liberal. If that's what you want to call it, so be it. I've said it before, I'll say it again. There's nothing wrong with actual liberals. It's radical leftists that are not to blame, that are a problem, certainly. They're not the problem, they're a problem. And then these Gandhian notions, and America has internalized many Gandhian notions, meaning Mahatma Gandhi. One of them, entering New Mexico, watch out. Watch out for your inspection hole, driver. If I just, anyway, I need to strictly watch out. Hopefully we get the bypass. When we entered New Mexico on the other side, we got the bypass. And we're going to do both hands on steering, all right? No need to keep it real because at some point we're going to pass a camera at the point of entry. Whatever mechanisms, whatever various technologies exist to check out the truck driver in the rig. Appreciate y'all riding shotgun. I definitely when I live stream or talk while I'm driving, when I discourse while driving, for whatever reason I'm able to drive, and I'm probably some of that is I drink less water, but I'm able to drive much longer periods of time without stopping than otherwise, seemingly anyway. And are we still here? Let me know in the chat if I'm still here. I think I am. So what was I talking about? Oh, the Enron thing. So in Enron, one of the big things that happened, and remember, 4 executives, official fiction at least, went to prison. One of them was Andrew Fastow, who eventually became the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. And part of the red flags that happened was, and this the normalization of corruption. I think that's the point I'm going to make. So when Enron went under and went broke, it sort of a shock to the system and to the populace. It was a big news story and all of this. How could this happen? Again, what type of system would allow this, right? That's what I would say to the MAGAs. If your country's so great, why does your country allow this? And this idea that it's a mistake or just it's a one-off oopsie. No, it's not. It's not a bug. It's a feature. And here's how I'm going to show you that it's a feature of the system. And I've been saying for a long time, Enron was the test case, and now the whole system is nothing but a bunch of Enrons. And if America's a corporation, why wouldn't one of the highest executives, meaning the executive branch, meaning the head of the executive branch, Donald Trump, well, Andrew Fastow was third in line, second or third in the level in the executive branch of Enron. And what he did was part of how he used all of these financial instruments to make Enron appear to have earnings on paper quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter. I'm not exaggerating. This was year after year after year after year. Enron was the darling stock of Wall Street for one reason and one reason only. Well, one main reason. And that reason was record earnings, or at least meeting expectations every quarter. So once Wall Street knows that that's a near certainty, they can all pile in. And Enron stock was the darling stock of Wall Street for like 9 years. Virtually unprecedented. Virtually unprecedented. And why don't you know all this? Good to see you, OTW. Why don't you know all this? How come? How come old Benton knows all this? So when Andrew Fastow was one of the highest ranking executives in the number one company in America, and at least the number one energy company, perhaps in the world at the time, what he did was he created these securities that he owned and operated, right? That he de facto was the owner and manager of these funds, right? Which was illegal, by the way, but he did it in a way that avoided detection. And he convinced all of these really smart people at all of these high level entities that he was doing these things legally, when probably they had some notion that it wasn't legal. But they don't care. See, it's not about, at those high levels of business, it's not about what's moral and what's upright. That is neither here nor there. The factor is plausible deniability and CYA. So whoever was at Arthur Andersen, whoever was at these big banks, were more than willing to invest in these funds and these instruments if that's what was required to do business with Enron. Because the way Enron did business, even though Enron did have it had access to high levels of liquidity via earnings on what? Pipelines. Enron owned and operated a whole bunch of pipelines. Well, that's money flowing into its coffers if it's operating the pipelines correctly. Okay. But then as Enron continued to grow and grow and grow, a lot of the money, a lot of the liquidity was coming through earnings from financial trades, right? And then a business of that size is, of course, always taking advantage of short-term loans and, all sorts of ways of dealing with, assets, liabilities, you know, uh, all of that, right? The MBA, if I went to college and got an MBA, I would be able to explain further. I'm a layperson here. So at a certain point, Andrew Fastow got on the phones and started selling his funds to all the big banks, and heavily implying that next time when Enron is deciding, such as something I mentioned recently, the credit default swaps. So when Enron is about to go buy a whole bunch of new credit default swaps, because it's involved in all this risky securitization and all of these financial instruments, it's going to go to the largest of the large banks and say, hey, we need you to buy $1 billion of our risk because of this project we're about to get into, right? And we as Enron are about to claim from day one, we're going to claim profits and we're going to claim earnings on our books via mark-to-market accounting, such as, we Enron just came to agreement with the government of India that we are going to build and jointly operate a power plant in India, and for 10 years. And on day one of the agreement, we are going to claim through mark-to-market accounting 10 years of earnings and profits. And that absolutely happened. And that was absolutely a fraud. Okay. So as a part of all of Andrew Fastow cooking the books, he created these. So here's what Andrew Fastow's funds did. Enron would end up, so as part of the credit default swap and Bear Stearns or Goldman Sachs being willing to buy all of these credit default swaps and in some way invest in Enron, well, they need assurances. So part of this was, okay, we've got these oil tankers that we own off the fucking, coast of whatever that are worth a certain billions of dollars or, however much money. We need Enron to buy these, air quotes, meaning we need Enron to put these on the books. Well, then Enron is like, okay, we'll do that. But then they go to Andrew Fastow and they say, hey, Andy, it's, quarterly earnings, it's time for quarterlies. We got to report to the Wall Street and we can't make our number with these fucking literal barges of petroleum that we own, right? So what say you, Andrew Fastow? Oh, I'm Andy Fastow. Turns out I've created these various funds and entities. We'll just purchase those. We will purchase those tankers from Enron. But wait a minute, I thought you were Enron, aren't you, Andy Fastow? Oh, let me worry about that. Let me worry about that. I'm Andy Fastow. You let me worry about that. So part of Andy Fastow keeping all of those balls in the air that he's juggling, he gets on the phones at some point and calls up all the big banks and says, hey, next time we're going to pay y'all a bunch of fees. It'd probably be in your best interest if you were personally invested in these particular funds. What say you? Now, some of the banks are going to get that's icky. See, that feels icky to a lot of these people. And some of them will just say, oh, yeah, sure, whatever you want. Some of them don't give a fuck. Some of them just say, oh, yeah, whatever, man. I guess, as long as it's a quid pro quo, right? Assuming I can call in a favor, right? He's more or less saying, if you want to come to the table when it's time for Enron, when Enron needs $1 billion off its books, it's going to pay $10 million in fees day one. That's profits day one for the big bank, right? It's going to be $10 million. Enron's going to write a check that will clear the bank for 10 million, 15 million. Back then, it'd probably be 50 million today. And those bankers are competing for who's about to cash this check, right? Who's about to get this check. So basically, Andy Fastow is saying, next time we're all at the table, a price of admission is you better invest in my fund, partner. And then what happens is some of those bankers start calling other people at Enron, and some of them just say, "Oh, I thought everybody knew that you just have to buy this whatever this crap Fastow is shilling for. That's just the price to come to the table." And other people were calling up and saying, "I'm not really comfortable with this." And even going above Andy's head to Jeff Skilling and Ken Lay, the only two people that had a say in the day-to-day operations at Enron that outranked Andy Fastow. And there was maybe one or two people on his level, arguably. And so then Jeff Skilling knocks on Andy Fastow's door and says, "Hey, I'm getting phone calls that people are saying that in order to do business with Enron, they got to buy they got to invest in these funds." And he's like, "Oh, what are you talking about? That's crazy." And then Jeff Skilling just trusts his top guy who's helped Jeff Skilling look good every quarter by making earnings quarter after quarter after quarter, which is how Jeff Skilling makes his bonus. So Jeff Skilling in his own, by the way, live without fear, maximum delusion. So these are levels of fear so high that he needs to reach levels of delusion of, well, I trust Andy Fastow implicitly, right? So then Skilling gets back on the phone and says, no, of course not. That's crazy. And then the people calling him are like, well, that's not the impression I'm getting. And then some of those bankers just said, fuck it. We're out of the Enron business, which was a lucrative business because they got the heebie jeebies, right? So guess what? And this is this is such a long way around to make the ultimate point that many have probably forgotten why I went down this road. Here's what I read in a recent article. The tech bros are saying it's now an open secret in business and on Wall Street. If you want to have a seat at the table to do business with the administration, you damn sure better be an investor in this meme coin and this crypto. It's Enron. They're running the motherfucking administration like it's Enron. And I said this before. You can find this on Nightmare Dystopia. You can find, not on the website, but on the old Nightmare Dystopia episodes. You can absolutely find this somewhere in these live streams, although that's probably too much of a needle in a haystack. I called it. I said it's all a bunch of Enron. And if they say, well, America's a business, after all, it's a corporation. And that was the big thing about Trump from day one is, well, he's going to go in there and run it like a business. Yeah. Do you think that's going to be good? It was already bad the way it's being run. Well, now, okay, let's just run the executive branch like Ken Lay, Jeffrey Skilling, Andrew Fastow ran Enron. And yeah, that was a great thing for some people. It was terrible for the people. And then those people who were running all those banks, that was all the same people that a few years later supposedly crashed the economy in the 08-09 crisis. That wasn't that many. It was just a few years later. It's all the same folks. So the executive branch, the Federal Reserve, the ledger, the financial ledger of the United States is absolutely a part of all of that. And the things that we think of as, the corporations, and that's all, every single one of them is Enron. Amazon is Enron at the level of their books, period. Walmart is Enron at the level of their books. They're all Enrons. It's the only way, right? Beyond a certain point, all of this can only grow, right? Eventually, there will come a time, it's like we cannot grow beyond this sticking point. And then, okay, well, let's try something new. Okay, here's Enron. Let's create Enron, and then we'll do this mark-to-market accounting. We'll do all this newfangled type of financial instruments, fucking derivatives, collateralized debt obligations, credit default swaps, sovereign wealth funds, all of these key phrases. We'll do all of this, and now we can continue to grow the system and have it still mathematically, come out proper. But at this point, probably only through the application of supercomputers, I'm assuming. Are human beings even, and conventional computing even capable of operating all of this in real time? I would say probably not. And can an AI supercomputer, quantum computer, continue to keep AMC from having to cover its shorts, the stock? Yeah, probably. Much to certain people's chagrin, that will remain nameless. Right? And apologies for yelling into the microphone. But that's how serious this is. And this is why I refuse to identify with the system at the level of like my humanity and my essence. My essence ain't from here. What up, Carl? If they get out of line, you have starting now and forever. Forever meaning as long as whatever this foolish undertaking is, by which I refer to the channel known as Benton here in Alphabet Google YouTube's Hell Pit. I'm coming into the port of entry though, so bear with me. If New Mexico is about to metaphorically stick it in me, this is where it would most likely occur. So we need to be on our best behavior. Not that we're doing anything wrong, but I think I'm hitting this at the perfect time, probably. All right, we got the bypass. Green is my friend. Yay. But yeah, full permission to run roughshod over these bastards, as long as it's not in a way where it's personal. As long as they've done something, they need to be misbehaving here. And Carl, I know, would certainly not deign to, you know, do something to someone on this channel based on a pre-existing relationship. So as long as the misbehavior is occurring here, let them have it. Although I prefer the 24-hour timeout if it's on my behalf to the banning. And in fact, if StreamYard would integrate the 24-hour timeout, I probably would never ban anybody. I would probably just 24-hour timeout every single time they annoyed me. So if it's better for America to operate the executive branch like a business, and then MAGA says this is like our greatest business person, or one of them, Donald Trump, and he's you know, the BMOC, the big man on campus, the big swinging dick, and he's going to go in there and you know, run this thing with Elon like corporations are ran, which is probably true on some level. Then you're right, and they're running it like Enron, and they're running it like you know, other businesses, by the way, like Tesla, that expanded this gigantic size, Amazon perhaps, you know, based on the stock price, and not necessarily based on the actual earnings of the corporation. Kind of same thing with America. You know, the valuation is not necessarily based on what is produced materially. It seems to be based on what lies can be sold to people, and then the fact that so many people are, you know, coerced or compelled or convinced to continue to accept the USD as the so-called world's reserve currency, which is still the case, but you know, even that's going to be less and less. And guess what? The people seem to think that the idea of a strong dollar is a good thing, because they equate that with, well, if the dollar's strong, it's not going to collapse. And they, you know, have been fed a lot of hysteria and fear around the notions of the dollar collapsing. And I've been hearing about that not since 1985, but I found a book at a Goodwill about how to prepare for the impending banking collapse, and it was published in 1985. Right. So this has been the collapse of the dollar. That's kind of the same thing in a sense. And the reality is, the way that business operates, the strong dollar. And I'm not an expert on this, so again, you'll have to do your own research. My understanding of this is that Donald Trump and the type of people that would operate the way Donald Trump and others, his cronies, they don't necessarily benefit from a strong dollar, right? Now, they may benefit from the populace believing in the dollar, right? It's probably more to the benefit of the masses of the strong dollar than it is for the you know, the actual rich people, right? It's probably better for them if the dollar's strong. Think about that. Or don't. Or don't. All right. Roger that, says Carl. Although, take it easy on Kyle. Not that he does anything wrong, but Kyle's one of the few that's managed to, much like yourself, Carl, insinuate himself into what's going on around here without strictly coming out of the bozo so-called truth community panel verse. So good on him. Now, I will say this, by the way, much of what's happening with the slashing of the federal government, I'm for that. Just when I say I'm for that, philosophically, right? Now, in practice, I might not be for that because I would need to really examine, the timing, the climate, the context, who will be affected. And as we know, the least affected will always be the fat cats. Again, the actual rich people. The most affected will always be the most impoverished, the people who they themselves and everyone else recognizes as poor, right? Po folks. And they were already affected. And since Trump's took office, there's absolutely people who are suffering in abject poverty, but part of their suffering in abject poverty was they got a tiny amount of money every month, totaling somewhere probably around $800 every month. And the government weren't fucking with it. The government wasn't hassling them. And that is some early form of a UBI, if you ask me. Although it wasn't universal. Within a group, it was universal. Oh, okay. It wasn't, but it would be if they all knew how to apply for it. Because there was a period of time when, based on my research, the federal government was giving it to almost everyone who met certain classifications, and they were giving it to them via SSI, right? Social Security Insurance, SSI. And most of those checks, in my experience, were around $800. And they might have been increased, but it wouldn't have been by much. And once those people got those benefits, unless they really fucked up, they got those benefits pretty much for the rest of their life. For generations, for decade after decade after decade after decade. And that's where the people who understood that they were on them, their wife was on them, and they understood their kid, their child at a certain point was able to get on them. That was the so-called crazy check. So you have people who got declared with some kind of mental disease as teenagers, got put on SSI. They're now 50 years old. This is the only thing they've ever known. They've gotten that check every month since they were 13, 14, 15, because their parents knew how to game the system. And I'm here to tell you, they didn't get their check this month for the first time ever, unless they fucked up, right? If they didn't get their check in the past, it would have been because they fucked up. Now, through no fault of their own, they didn't get their check this month. Now, some of you think that's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm not here to talk you out of that. That's a valid point. That's a valid perspective. All right. I'm only addressing the fact that that individual person was already suffering, right? Because anybody, now some of them were gaming the system and don't need the $800. That's not the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who've lived their whole life, and that $800 represented the majority of their income. The majority of their income. People living off damn near $800 a month. That's not people living it up. That's people suffering in abject, miserable poverty. And if I sound like a bleeding heart, so be it. Right? So be it. Anyway, now I'm becoming angry, so I must breathe. just tapped into the energy sphere. Some an area that still needs some healing. But I must testify to the healing. All right, it's plug in the phone time, so probably we're about to start getting dropped off of the networks. But we'll see. We shall see. One moment, please. All right. And now, in the long run, so let's just say that as a result of some of these folks, so as a result of, well, let me back up here. So why is this being done is the question. Okay. Now, if the administration, the Trump administration, if it achieves what it seems to be aiming at, or at least one of its objectives, right? Now, I don't think the motivation is a good motivation. Here's why I think this is happening. It's because bankers always pay themselves before they pay anybody else. Pay yourself first. Well, they practice this. Now, I mean this in the context of the interest on the national debt totaled 1.15 trillion, right? Last year. Now, I haven't researched this part myself, but the really smart disability lawyer, he made the statement, unrelated to what I'm talking about, somewhat unrelated to what I'm talking about, that America can, under the current budget, under the way America currently operates itself corporately, financially, it cannot afford to continue those regular payments that last year totaled $1,150 billion. And if you think $1 billion is a lot, count to 1,150, and that's how many, that's what was given to the bankers in debt service last year. Much of which goes to banks in what country? Say it with me, folks. China. China. That's right. China. Come on. And Trump, while he talks about China, what I think is happening with Social Security and what's happening Department of Education and other aspects of the government, Trump and Elon are making cuts to make sure that the bankers continue to be able to pay themselves first. Because the banks at a certain point are going to be savvy enough to say, well, we're looking at what's going on with the debt service and the level of debt, and we're looking at, you know, the GDP, we're looking at the budget, you know, the budget deficit, the spending, and we want an assurance that we're going to continue to get paid because we are going to pay ourselves first. And what that means is the moment that these bankers cannot be assured that they are going to pay themselves first, meaning how do they pay themselves in this instance? And this means they pay themselves in this way, in this context, by America paying its bills, meaning America pays the 1 trillion, right? The 1+ trillion. And that number has risen every year and it's skyrocketed. It wasn't that long ago. It was only about 400 billion, which is 0.4 trillion. 0.4 trillion. It's now 1.15 trillion. Right. It's more helpful to think about it in billion, really, because trillion doesn't sound like 1.15 sounds like a small number. 1,150 billion doesn't sound right, but that's a lot of billions. Okay. So they want their 1,150 or more billion this year. Now, if they can't be assured they're going to get it, what are they going to do? They're going to call in the loans. That 36 trillion they can demand that be paid in full at any time. I don't know if y'all know that. So that's why I can say, and the really smart disability attorney can say, on paper, America's bankrupt. America is insolvent on paper, because if those loans are called in, America cannot continue to operate. America will become a literal banana republic overnight, and that would be probably the full overt Mad Max at that point, most likely, which I don't think is going to happen, at least not in the near term. And I don't believe an action. This is the Mad Max. It just doesn't look like we thought it would. It doesn't look like how we were predictably programmed to think it was going to be, Tina Turner in a fuzzy leotard or whatever. What's love got to do with its style? Well, the government's Ike Turner in this analogy. You will own nothing and you will like it. Or Ike Turner gonna go upside Tina Turner's head and she gonna like it, partner. Or else. Believe that. So it seems to me like, surprise, surprise, what did Elon say? What did Doge say? They said, we're going to cut $1 trillion this year. Well, they're probably not. But when he says we're going to cut $1 trillion this year, that's him telling the banks, we're going to cut whatever it takes from this government to be able to cut you a check. Well, guess who's the first to feel the pain and the suffering of the cuts, so that Trump and Elon can cut a check to the bankers who always insist on paying themselves first? Well, guess what? The first thing that's going to be cut is those SSI checks. That's number one. Now, a lot of those checks absolutely should not be paid. Period. End of story. Some of those checks literally go to the mailbox of a drug dealer. This is not hyperbole. Because someone who is so addicted to substances, who's a year or two away from death, like those people who go to Kensington in Philadelphia, the people who go to Skid Row, Los Angeles, and you see them bent over and you think, well, these people don't have jobs. How do they get the money to buy these drugs that, wouldn't it? They talk about $150 a day habit or whatever. Oh, no. Money's no factor at that level. The factor at that level is, as long as the drug dealer, by the way, guess who else demands to be paid first? So what's happened is those people have fallen to such a state of misery where they have to have the drugs. They will do anything, including, okay, the drug dealer says, all right, I got you, partner. Now when here's the addict. Please, 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 I'll do anything. I'm desperate. Okay. All right, partner. All you got to do is give me your info and make me your payee, right? Your payee on your SSI, and we're gonna, all right, I'm logged into the website. Here, I just need you to verify your identity on this website. And the drug dealer with his own hand redirects those benefits. And those benefits go to a drug dealer. Skid Row, LA, Kensington, Philadelphia, and other places. And that's why you can go on YouTube and watch that misery. Because I'm not going there and you're not going there. I walked through Skid Row and I kept going. And I, in fact, passed through Kensington, but at like 6 in the morning and nobody was around. And I was like, what is this? And I remember that I went to the Kensington fucking train stop and then walked to a particular establishment that wasn't in the Kensington. You know, it wasn't in that area where everybody was bent over on drugs. And yeah, should those checks be cut off right now? Yeah, you know why? Because guess what happens after the addict dies? Nobody checks to see if they're dead. And the drug dealer, who's a criminal and doesn't mind if the feds knock on his door one day and says, hey man, we're about to take you to court and prove that you've defrauded the government because you're cashing dead drug addicts checks, right? So the drug dealer knows he gets the check after the person who's about to directly die as a result of ingesting the drug dealer's product, right? So maybe the drug dealer will temporarily be willing to give drugs to the addict that have a greater street level value than the $800 or whatever this guy's getting from SSI, right? So yeah, cut that shit off right motherfucking now. But in order to cut that off right motherfucking now, a bunch of people who actually depend on it and who may be drug users in Kentucky, in a meth shack in Arkansas, a meth trailer in Arkansas, right? And who absolutely can a case be made that morally they don't deserve? Yeah, absolutely. I can make the case. But they're still mostly eating food. They're mostly using, now that's not the, see, now it gets into a gray area. That's not exactly true. So let me take that back. The ones who are addicted to drugs, yeah, but are there people who are not drug addicted that are living off of SSI in abject, miserable poverty? Yeah, there are. And they're probably in the minority by now. Okay. So now if some of you consider yourselves good Christians who want to go out and help people, figure out some way to find out who in your local area just got their benefits cut off and they're not addicted to drugs. Hell, drug test them for all I care. Although really all you'll find out is if they smoke pot or not. So if you can figure out how to test them for everything but weed, right? Hell, drug test them for all I care. Figure out how to find them and help them because they need it right about now. So, and Republicans and Democrats over time have worked together for the system to have degenerated and to be as corrupt as it is. So corrupt that a drug dealer, through the touch of a button on a computer or an app, can seize control of a person's benefits. And the system is designed so that the benefits don't just, how do the benefits not just stop when the person dies? Right? How is that even possible? Well, it is, because that's how the system. Now, when Trump, wants to sell to the people, he says, well, we've got millions of people that are 120 years old on the rolls. Well, it doesn't mean they're receiving benefits. It shows you that when a person dies, unless their family contacts SSA and says, yeah, quit sending that check, they gone, then the check keeps getting sent. Now, if the check doesn't get cashed for month after month after month, maybe there's an automated system that says, okay, quit sending those. And it's like, the my stapler, my red line staple, the red line stapler guy from Office Space. Eventually they just cut his paycheck off as a way to get rid of it, right? Because nothing else seemed to suffice. What's up, Rebecca Joe? Good to see you. So this is a system. So with whatever Trump and Elon and Doge are doing to the system, they are not fixing the system to where street level people in the death phase, because that's what that is. That's the death phase of drug addiction. That's going to continue, right? What's not going to continue is where the government pays for it, right? And by government, I mean you, the taxpayer, right, is no longer going to pay for that. If you view that as a good thing, okay, I can make a case for why it's probably not a good thing, because you might think it's a good thing just because it feels good. Okay, that's fine. But the harm that's endemic within the system is not going away. The systemic corruption is not going away. But what's going to happen is enough will be cut from the government in the short term that the bankers will be reasonably sure, okay, we can continue to get our check. So who are the largest welfare recipients in the realm? The banks, the so-called elites, the richest of the rich. Those are the biggest recipients of welfare via taxpayer money. Full stop. All right, I can't pull into. I waited too long. I was going to pull into this rest area. It looks full anyway. Yeah, she's full. She's full. So when I hear about cutting off welfare for the little guy, when I hear about cutting off food stamps for the little guy, when I hear about getting rid of programs for the little guy, I can't get on board, because I say, yeah, I'm for that if you cut off the big guys first. I'm going to need you to cut off the banks first. I'm going to need you to cut off the corporations. I'm going to need you to cut off the rich folks from the free money for nothing that they're taking. So when you want to talk about handouts, yeah, get rid of it. Start big to small. I'm absolutely for getting rid of all entitlement programs, all handouts, as long as they start with big to small, meaning the big guys, and then we work our way to the least amongst us, right? But in inverted world, in heaven or hell realm, presently manifesting as a hell realm, guess who Doge, Trump, and Elon and all of this? Guess who the bankers demand to start? Guess where the rubber meets the road? The least amongst us. And yeah, do some of the drug dealers, do some of their income streams get cut off because someone who died 5 years ago, and this particular drug dealer in Kensington, Philadelphia, or in Skid Row, LA, because that user in end stage drug addiction flock to those areas. And these, by the way, these are the toughest of the tough. These are the addicts who can even, that they're so good at their chosen profession of drug addiction, they physically perfected drug addiction so that they can even motherfucking stay alive that long without ODing. Now, most of them have OD'd and OD'd and OD'd. It hasn't killed them. These are some of the toughest motherfuckers on the planet, y'all. These are some of the toughest motherfuckers on the planet. What is toughness at the end of the day? It's the capacity for the individual to tolerate and move through suffering and just misery, and pitiable conditions. That's really what that is, if you think about it. Now, I'm not granting them any. I'm not giving them kudos, right? I'm saying call a spade, please. Right. Now, if society was designed and operated in a way that would have precluded these individuals from living that way, who knows what they would have done in society? Because remember, these are folks with a high capacity for misery, right? And so, what could they have done? What did their ancestors do in the coal mines? What did their ancestors do in the factories? What did their ancestors do on the farm? See, they toiled and suffered under their burden, right? What is the addict in Kensington doing? Suffering and toiling under their burden. And on the one hand, DuPont, and other entities benefited from the coal mines or whatever, or the aluminum or the chemicals, right? And on the other hand, on the lower level, the drug dealer is managed to defraud the government, and just nobody cared. Do you really think the government was unaware of this? And whoever runs the show, the administrators of Heaven or Hell Realm, currently manifesting as a Hell Realm, Satan itself, head nigger in charge. And y'all knew I would drop a hard R on this bitch eventually. I finally did it. Head nigger in charge. That's what we used to call it where I'm from, the HNIC. Head nigger in charge, Satan itself. You think his highest level minions didn't know? Because Satan and the demonic entities, again, if it's loosh, if Satan's army feeds off of the loosh of a person suffering and toiling, whether it's in a Kentucky coal mine or on the streets of Kensington, Philadelphia, well, guess what? Appalachia ain't that far from Philly on a map. All of Appalachia, some of Appalachia is in Pennsylvania. Some of them addicts might have been born and raised in Pennsylvania and just went intrastate to Philly, and then eventually died. And then a drug dealer continued to cash those checks. So is the government absolutely cutting some of those checks off? Yes. Should it? Yeah, of course. And as a result of that, are some people who have depended upon that check? They're 35 and they've had that check since they were 15, and they finally their family stole it from them. But then finally they broke away from their family enough to have their own check. Lived on $800 until now. Can't even really live on that now. And now they're cut off. Now, if they know how to maneuver the system, right? Because remember, if their parents maneuvered the system and got them the check, they probably don't even know how to maneuver the system. So if they don't know how to maneuver the system, they're going to be homeless if they're not already walking. And if they live where you live, you're going to see them walking the streets, and they probably won't even be able to explain to you other than my check got cut off. And if you smile to yourself and think, good, I don't know what to tell you. Because I don't know, is it good? Because we meaning the taxpayers, we meaning America, and I don't identify with that. But if we say we, the people paid 1.15 trillion to already rich bankers last year. Why not give an extra $800 to the person who might be dragging their earthly belongings in a literal fucking red flyer wagon behind them, right? As a grown adult person, why not convert $800 to trillion? So So 1.15 trillion. Let's guess how much is $800 in trillion. Okay, let's go point zero 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 zero. We're going to be here a while, folks. I don't know how many zeros that is. Can you even write that many zeros on a page of paper? So eventually you'll get to the 8 that represents the $800. Eventually. I don't know. I can't do that math. Bex probably can. We could probably bring Bex down here and say, okay, Bex, here's a certain amount of money. And just take a month and figure this out. Or she might do it in a day. Figure this out without using powers of, we don't, our brains don't process exponents, exponential, all of that. So we're going to need it represented in something we can grasp, please. That'll be a pretty big fucking number, I can assure you, because big numbers go both directions, right? Big numbers go both directions. If you write, however many 1.15 trillion US dollars is, you can just write that out in actual dollars. You're going to need a big damn piece of paper. Well, that goes the opposite direction. You can go 0.0000 whatever, and on and on and on into an equally big number, and write that on a piece of paper. Good luck. Good motherfucking luck. And the fact is, the individuals that comprise the masses in America cannot do the math of what I just explained. They're unable to think their way through all of that at a level of critical thinking. They don't have the ability. What they can do is have ideas packaged to them by the system and then sent to them through push notification. But those ideas are sent by the system on behalf of the system for the system's purposes, on behalf of, and to further serve the system, to further enable the system. And that's what, if we say in Luigi we trust, that's the thing Luigi would have you kill, right? If Luigi would have you kill an aspect of the system, that's an aspect of the system that Luigi would have you kill. Kill that part of the system, where the system itself is packaging ideas and sending to them to you, right, in real time for its own purposes to further reinforce itself, to further perpetuate itself, right? And that's how the system, through the subversion of each individual's creative force that never lies dormant, that's the mechanism by which the system has the individuals. It operates by proxy. The system operates these individuals by proxy through the subversion of the creative force that never lies dormant. And the subversion of the creative force, the individual unknowingly in real time continues to perpetuate the system itself moment by moment. And that's done by the system's pre-packaging ideas and concepts and thoughts, and sending those in real time to be uptaken by the individuals who comprise the masses through push notification. And there ain't a damn thing any of you can do about that outside of figuring it the fuck out for yourself within your sphere of influence, within your own energy sphere. And you can't do that for anybody else. I can't do it for you. I've done it to some extent. I've just demonstrated it. Nobody can do that for me, and it would not be appropriate for anybody to do that for me based on what I know. And I don't know what to tell you. If that's a thing that, if that's a particular suffering, and it is suffering, if you're willing to suffer to the level to get to my level to be able to comprehend and apprehend all of that, I could probably help. That's all I have to say about that. But I'll put my name on that. That was a level of discourse. It's one of one in this, at least in this YouTube, whatever this genre of YouTube is. This is one of one, and this is why. Thank you for your uh, generous donations in the past. That's why I deserved those donations, because you can't get that nowhere but here. And it ain't bragging if you can back it up, partner. It ain't bragging if you can back it up. And I believe I just did that. And that's why maybe it's valuable to wait around for damn near 2 hours for me to finally get to the meat of the presentation. And I got to take this exit because if memory serves, this this is about to be a 10-mile one-lane construction zone. I got to take another bathroom break. And it just happens to be a truck stop. And we're going to block the fuel island, truck driver. That's a no-no, but we're only going to do it briefly. Is the caffeine addiction intensifying? See, this is where I want another cup of coffee, but realistically, I'm fully caffeinated. Can't see a damn thing out here. Making a wide turn based on driver skill and just memory, muscle memory. We've been here before. Can't see the trailer. There's no lights. There's nothing out here. Middle of fucking nowhere. So it's just can't visually make sure I'm not running shit over. Oh no. Every fuel island is no. We got one. You can block it, and I'm only going to block the egress. People can still. I'm going to pull forward. They'll still be able to get fuel. Oh, this might be one where there's not enough room, but yeah, there's no room to pull up. Oh yeah, there is kind of. I'm on the end though, so I'm not going to pull up because I'll end up blocking the drive to some extent. Ah, shit. All right, never mind. We done fucked up. Hang on. Maneuvers in progress. I didn't get the trailer straight. Can we go off duty, please? It seems like if I talk long enough, eventually I get on a halfway decent rant. Or that last one, quite high level, if I do say so myself. Reversing, reversing, reversing. Hypervigilance is your friend in this case. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Shout out to the chat. Yeah. All right, one moment. BRB. Oh man, the earbuds are going to run out of batteries. Oh, yep. It's funny. How did I know that was going to happen? As I was saying, the earbuds are going to run out. It gave me the low battery warning. They keep going for quite a while, but I'm going to charge these and switch to the other ones. So I think my voice will probably sound different. It's all right. It don't make no matter. It doesn't make any matter. Now, someone could capture that rant and clip that out. So I'm certainly not going to. Not at least not at this time. And by the time I might be inclined to, if I ever remembered, I would not probably remember which stream it was. Well, I don't. Can I even say that? That's some. Anyway, let's not comment on the appearance of my bodily fluid, my precious bodily fluids. I heard my phone ding. What's this going to be? Oh, new music premiere. And for everybody who, and I used to be one of these people, oh, there's no good music anymore. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's just, it's not fed to us as much. What's fed to us is not good. In the past, it was pretty good, but it's out there. It's just hard to find. There's a lot of modern music that I enjoy. And occasionally I post some of it on my, what used to be the community tab, my posts. My time, is that the timeline, I guess? I don't fucking know. I don't know how it works. All right. I guess I'll take a look at the comments briefly. Oh yeah, where'd the phone go? Where'd the phone go? Oh, there it is. Thanks, Rebecca. Dallas Don Juan in the house. Yeah, that's right. I need decaf. I'm at my full powers. I'm if I get to go to sleep early and I get to wake up crazy early, so early that most people think it's late. Yeah, this is I'm reaching my full energies right about now. Yeah, coffees ain't broken. Yeah, it ain't bragging if you can back it up, Sam. Shout out to the Yurt fella in a thought experiment. Perhaps I'll go back and read your comments later. It's probably a better broadcast if Yurt comments and I don't read them in real time. It's probably better for everybody. Read them later. All right, let's get this show on the road. Oh yeah, I got to switch the earbuds. Or I get to switch the earbuds. First things motherfucking last. They say, what does that mean? I don't know, but I had Reservoir Dogs on Laserdisc. What you know about that?
That's funny. That's funny, Corey. Well, and I think that's, you know, that's an acknowledgement of
All right, am I back? I think I'm back. Yeah, drinking, man. I got delivered from that one. Now, when I think about alcohol, I take it as a sign of, wait a minute, something's wrong. You better figure this out, buddy. Why are you thinking about alcohol? All right, we're not going to get coffee. So we're going to exercise some measure of self-control and not get coffee. Coffee's for closers. Oh, wait a minute. Gotta go check, make sure no nefarious people pulled the pin on the fifth wheel. No, we're good. And unfortunately, I ventured far enough away from the phone, and now my head hurts from the Bluetooth cranking up the juice to beam the signal that far. Y'all ever notice that? I can tell. I've gotten really good at just running right back. Usually I just pull them out of my ears immediately and like run back to the phone. See, I should put them back in the case and reconnect them, but reboot them or whatever. But damn it. Damn it. Oh well, if it continues, I'll worry about it later. Oh, the exit's not where I thought the exit was. So I'm just randomly driving around a gigantic, unpaved truck stop in the desert. Well, it's sort of paved. Gigantic passenger vehicle sized potholes. I'm not exaggerating. Miracle. Make truck stop parking lots great again. All right, I got to, damn it. Hang on, I got to fuck with these earbuds. BRB. All right, am I back? Am I back? I'm probably not back. Fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Hello, hello. All right, I think we're back. Yeah, in order to anyway, it doesn't matter. Back on the road. It's basically off-roading at this point. Oh shit. Bam, bam. Just I can't see the holes, gigantic potholes. Can't see them. Yeah, my head's definitely going to hurt for a while. Such is life, as they say. Well, this one's coming in hot. Oh man, I don't know what I was doing, but this thing's got a fridge, and I grabbed my eggs yesterday, and when I was pulling them out of the fridge, I broke like 6 of them. What the fuck? And bull in the china shop. Oh, this is fun. I almost never will exit in a construction zone because now I have to merge into traffic. Interstate, just one lane of traffic. With like no merge area. Hey, fortunately, nobody was coming this time. See how much time I got for my 30-minute break. 4 hours until break. The stupid thing doesn't know I'm driving. I guess because I'm out in the middle of nowhere. No connection. Looks like Yurt is still around. Did you hear when I was talking about? You probably missed this earlier. That when I came from Cali to Texas, started this job. But when I drove back east, somebody had crashed into one of the overpasses. So somebody was traveling on I-10. Who knows what kind of oversized, crazy load, and they crashed into the overpass. If you've heard, that the bridges are crumbling and all of this. I guess between the crumbling state of the bridge and the force of the impact, it fucked that bridge up. Like put a big old crack in it. Like broke the bridge. So I guess that little section of I-10 will probably be closed for. And so out in the desert, there's places where there's no side roads. Like there's no highways that parallel. It's just interstate's the only road. So like everybody has to exit and then go over the fucking whatever the side road is and then get back on. Shit was crazy. And I noticed that on the way out, and then I encountered that yesterday coming to Phoenix, where apparently it's already hit 100 degrees this year. It's a few days back. There's JG, a freight train. He could be on there. It's possible. Am I here? Is this real? What even is this? Well, give me a minute. Kind of, attempting to clean up my speech a little bit. So I started to use a graphic figure of speech. And before I went back into trucking, which may be who knows, we never know. I mean, everything's temporary. This is a precarious existence, the best of times, best of circumstances. But truck driving certainly fraught with peril. Any number of things could happen that would preclude me from doing the job, even if I were to continue to foster that desire. New Mexico is a trip, that's for sure. Not in a good way. All right, we're good. Silence is a meditation. Bear with me, I'll figure something out. Well, it's been fairly smooth sailing so far.
It's truck driving though, so something's bound to happen at some point. That's not me manifesting. It's accepting reality is what that is. And when I think about truck driving and driving, this truck for money, and this is one of my favorite kind of days. Like I like the days where, assuming, everything goes relatively smoothly. I woke up at the truck stop. So I woke up at my workplace and, got to do my little morning routine. Well, the egg drinks, and then, then did whatever I needed to do, fuel the truck, pre-trip. In this case, weigh the load because I chose not to do that yesterday for whatever reason. But then, all I do is hit the road and just drive all day. Make sure to take a 30-minute break, before I drive 8 hours. That's it. Bathroom breaks. Probably not even going to eat other than the eggs. I doubt I eat any food today. Oh man, in El Paso, the day before yesterday in El Paso. Normally, and since I'm new with this company, there's always a bit of I got to sort of show them that I'm, worth a damn on the job, prove myself. Well, I don't have to, but it's just the type of person I am. But then, sort of learning the job and the idiosyncrasies. Each company is a little different to some extent. So normally, just my own style, I would have, because I was getting to El Paso at the end of my driving shift. And it was a 2-day load, so it's kind of up to me, how I run the load, all of this. But so normally I would have laid up, I call it, like a golfing term. I would have, instead of, taking on more risk for more reward, which in this case was driving through El Paso with my clock dwindling down. So normally I would have laid up and just stayed on the east side, and I had plenty of time on my clock. And then also there's an alternate route around El Paso where there's almost never any delays, but it's like a hill climb. It's kind of an undesirable road to drive on. And it goes out near like a military base. Not that really matters. Probably better to avoid the military bases if possible. As a general practice, I would imagine. Are you falling in love with my face there, sir? Or madam? Get creeped on. You're creeping on me. That's owner operator. They're the creepiest of all. The creepiest of all truck drivers, the owner operator. Driving his own truck that he went out and bought with his own hard-earned money. Under his own authority. Shouldn't everything be under our own authority? What the hell was I talking about? What the heaven or hell realm was I talking about? Oh yeah, El Paso. Past the old El Paso. Well, I thought I was going to pass the old downtown El Paso and almost failed. But man, I ran into road construction trying to go get parked on the other side of El Paso in Anthony, Texas, right on the border with New Mexico. Where, by the way, I used to park at the Flying J. The motherfucking Flying J burned out. That's the third Pilot or Flying J I know of that's burned to the motherfucking ground in the state of Texas. How crazy is that? All three in a city: El Paso, San Antonio, and I think Houston. Or actually, might have been two of them in San Antonio. That's got to be some version of insurance fraud, right? Oh, did I need to go to Walmart? Shit, I didn't think damn. That's one of my Walmart stops, and for some reason I did not think I would be here. I guess I can take this exit code. Shit. I hate just randomly taking exits and figuring it the fuck out. All right, no, we're not doing it. That would have been a crime of opportunity anyway. I don't strictly have to go to Walmart today, strictly speaking. And we got 36 eggs on board. I think I'm about to take down a few of them. I don't know, man. Fuck. Can I operate my GPS quick enough? I don't just randomly go driving around the city streets in a big rig or a town. That's a bad idea. Can't be seen on my phone. Yeah, we're going to do it. We're doing it. We're doing it. New Mexico State Trooper. The long arm of the law. Deming, New Mexico. Walmart Supercenter. Shit. Doing it again. We'll get in trouble for phone in hand. I guess I'm ready for the Google glasses at this point. Jeez. Yeah, I made it from Los Angeles to the west side, well, to Weatherford, Texas, west side of DFW on about 120. Well, I'm actually, if I factor in what it would have cost to drive to the job, right at 120 bucks from Echo Park, Los Angeles to where the company is in DFW. That ain't too bad.
Reduce speed.
Now, some of that's because I reduced my speed. Oh, yeah, we're speeding through town. Probably ought not speed through town.
Reduce speed.
Yes, ma'am. Look, old Deming's got him a bike trail and a walk trail. So that is one thing we're starting to see more of these, more of these stereotypically unhealthy, obese areas. People are starting to, and probably have been for years, more and more folks. I saw a couple of ladies walking. It's probably the only reason I noticed it. But one, it terminates at a gas station, Diamond Shack gas station. Well, the sidewalk continues, so yeah. That's a nice amenity for the locals. Now, which entrance is it going to try to take me in? Pretty sure if I go in the main entrance, worst case scenario, I can just go out the back. But yeah, this is not the preferred exit. So I got to go going all through town. Nice big roads out here. I can say that for. I don't know, this might be 10,000 people, maybe. Just guessing. I think there's any way it would be over that. 12,000. Local trans person, perhaps. Although it's hard to tell these days. But dressed, anyway. That's neither here nor there. They're everywhere. Trans persons. In case y'all hadn't noticed. What do I even need? Oh, yeah, I know what I need. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got me going in the back way. This is what I prefer. And that's not a euphemism. And we can stop, so we stopped. A lot of people would have ran that lane. And that's one part of safe driving is we do not run the yellows. I was already slowing down anyway. I'm going this way. Yeah, they're putting in countermeasures against the trucks being able to pull in. Oh, that's right. I forgot they've got dedicated truck parking on the other side. I just don't know how to get to it. I see it. How do you get over there? Shit. I'm not really trying to spend 20 minutes driving around this parking lot trying to figure out how to get there. What the fuck? I might just do what I've done in the past, just park on the road. It's not like I don't need a break anyway. Shit. Well, this might be a no-go. But fuck. Is this the way? Well, that's the thing about dedicated truck parking. It's most likely completely full. Oh, I see now. They're parked. Yeah, this is. I'm screwing this up. Yeah. Well, she's a no-go. That's fun. What is this? Rush hour? Fuck, there's traffic. What the hell? Well, that's disappointing. Now, some people would just do it anyway, but I've been here enough times, and it used to be pretty much like a wide open parking lot. And yeah, I can tell they've intentionally rearranged things where they just don't want big rigs parking, except for those. But there's like 5 dedicated spots, but they're just never going to be open. Right? So it's sort of a yeah here. Oh, next door. Oh, okay. I could have parked at the Harbor Freight and walked over. That's the move. Now, can we do this without getting fucking arrested? Maybe. Maybe. Aha, that's the move. Park next door and walk over. Yes, yes, yes. That's the ticket. Oh, there's a fence in the way. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right, I don't know if we should try to continue this foolishness. That's probably true. I know it's true for some of them. The online ordering and pickup, making the parking lot stretchers. Does this thing really think I've been off duty all this time? This might be a problem. All right, maybe we'll be back. I don't know. I'm going to put up the banner. Here's the banner. Banners. There we go. Broadcast for attending to basic needs and will return as soon as possible. All right. And I got to hurry because I don't see any signs telling me not to do this. But I'm trying to risk it for the biscuit.